And how are we doing, everybody? A little bit of a random stream, but everybody's doing all right. Just doing a little bit of tinkering, I guess, as far as with map stuff here, Dairyland map, and figure, you know what? Got a little bit of time here. We'll go ahead and just go ahead and throw up a stream. Very random, I understand that, but we all yeah, doing it. Let's see here. Wasn't 100% prepared for it, but we're gonna do this anyway. Let's see. Almost feel like maybe that's a little bit too loud. Yeah, let's turn that down just a tad, maybe. Just a little bit. That'll do. All right, cool. Let's let everybody on Twitchland, I guess, as far as let us know we're over there too, since it's not on our, it's definitely not on our regular schedule of the channel, but okay. Gotta let all our peeps know. I'm telling you. There we go. So, probably wondering, I guess, as far as what I got loaded up in here. We have the Dairyland map. I've been playing around, I guess, with some custom foliages, I guess, as far as for alfalfa. As we know, Dairyland map had the alfalfa, I guess, as far as applied to it. I'm trying my darndest, I guess, to get this stuff to work. But I've been working on some other things too, I guess, as far as in development of the map. And I figure if nothing else, you can all watch me, witness me struggle, I guess, as far as going through all these things, as opposed to, what actually goes into, I guess, as far as map creation. It's a very tedious process sometimes, and especially with all the new things that have been applied to FS22, as we know. Lots of really cool stuff. It can be pretty daunting. Nice. Alright, so what we got here, as I've been mentioning, Dairyland map. We've started this up here, so this is a custom texture that is for alfalfa. And I haven't had a whole heck of a lot of luck so far. I guess as far as getting this to function like I expect it to. So one of the issues, obviously, is with it basically just wanting to quote-unquote disappear as you get closer to it. One of the other things is what to set the field to, I guess, as far as to be able to get it to mow it. You want to be able to mow the alfalfa as opposed to harvest it, like, say, like wheat or barley and what have you. So that's been a little bit of a challenge. So we need to open up terrain editing. Let's see what we got here. And we need to change our terrain detail for our field here. Currently, right now, we can control R on this thing. We've got it set to grass cut. That obviously does not allow us to be able to harvest or cut down, I guess, our grass. That is our alfalfa. So this has already been tested, I guess, to not work. So what we need to do is set this. I've been going through all of this to kind of determine what is the method here. So I've checked out the default maps first to see what they did. So the fact that there's a much more clarity in the different ground types for terrain detail, as opposed to just needing to know, I guess, as far as what these bits mean. It kind of takes out some of the ambiguity, I guess, as far as that. So from that standpoint, it's pretty nice here in the latest Giants editor, I guess, as far as that goes. So from what I've checked on other maps, if you have grass that you want to be ready to cut, which this is already set on the terrain, so if I switch this over to alfalfa, for example, you already have this set up as harvest ready. As such, so we got our alfalfas, the crop itself, okay, as far as the alfalfa that you can mow, set to harvest ready. From what I've seen for like things like wheat, barley and so on, as far as the way it's set up in those maps, you want to set the ground up the same way as far as harvest ready, for the most part. For grass, it's a little bit different. You have two options there for grass cut and for grass. And obviously I've already tried the grass cut, and that did not work, so it did not allow me to cut the alfalfa. So this is going to be my next step here, just as far as to try in the terrain detail, at least anyway for the field. The field definition is set it to just grass. So right now it's grass cut. We're going to change this to just grass. Let's see what this does for us. So we'll change the terrain detail for this field. Make it as grass, and we'll go from there. I got a couple other things, many other things that I guess I am playing around with as far as placeable types. So I have the makings here, I guess, as far as starting the whole process of adding custom placeables into the map. I've created one item here that is the fire department that is prominent on Elm Creek as far as one of the default maps. I've extracted that out, and I don't have that thing. I have that open here. I do not. I do have this open here. So if I go to, let's show you how I got this set up here. So I got a placeables folder within the map structure, I guess, of Dairyland 4X, and this fire department. So this is where we have our potential, I guess, to be able to load this in dynamically into the map by XML. So there's two things that kind of changed with 22. There's an items XML still, as was in 19, but there's also now a store items XML and a placeables XML. So it's a little bit more expanded, I guess, as far as how that goes from what it was in 19. So placeables, that's kind of where I've set this thing up to function both in the store items to be able to be purchased in the store, as well as already dynamically placed on the map. This is what I want to get. So first, what I want to do, at least anyway, in the map is to set this field, and then we'll look into getting a coordinate for this fire department. We'll bring that in there, we'll import it to the map, get the coordinates, apply that to the XML for that. In fact, I need to get that back open. This XML, not that XML. You already have that open. This one right here. So we're going to need the coordinate after we import that placeable into the map to get the coordinates that we can assign it, I guess, as far as where we want that to load when you start the map up, first initially. So that's here, but it's also applied in the store items, which is a new XML that we didn't have in 19. From what we can discern, the store items XML basically eliminates the necessity to have to put those items into the mod desk, the map mod desk. So we don't need this section anymore. So I've already set this blank map that I've put together, I guess, as far as a template. From what I'm gathering, as far as we don't need this section in the map mod desk any longer. So because we have this store XML. The store items XML is called for in the map XML. So I've already changed the directory as to what store items XML we want to point to, which is directly in our map, as opposed to the game store directory. So I did keep some of the items, some of the lines from that default store items list, and just to try these things out here. I may not end up keeping any of this at all. But we did make sure, I guess, to definitely include our fire department that we want to have loaded. So that'll be purchasable in the store, at least in theory. But I want to see how this works there. Everything that I've witnessed in this XML, based on the default maps, seems to call that. So not only will it be dynamically loaded into the map when you first start it, you'll be able to purchase an additional one around the map. And especially with the Beta 4X, you might want to have a couple of fire departments. So that's kind of that fire department, having a fire department, you always got to have a fire department in the map. And the fact that we haven't really had one, I guess, as far as up till now, it's kind of interesting. So I figured, why not? Alright, so first of all, like I said, first things first, we want to set this field I got this deal here that I'm working on too, I guess, as far as for a sell point for the map. I've got this loaded up in Max as far as to kind of edit this a little bit. That's something else I want to get in, a little bit. As far as, there's some bits off of this that I need removed and some that need to be retained. So that's kind of why I've got that apparently set up here. We'll load that back into our model so that we can get this to the footprint that we want for our map. This one here, I'll probably have this as a static item as opposed to a placeable item. This will be considered a sell point, so we don't necessarily want to sell that on the map. This is what I'm considering for those that have played through the Dairyland map in 19. This is what I'm considering for the use for Billy Bob's over on the semi-northeast portion of the map, right near the industrial park. That's what I'm considering for this one, as opposed to bringing in the previous model that was in there. This one I feel was a pretty good, pretty decent replacement alternative, I guess, as far as to that. Just kind of digging the way this thing was designed, and just needed to edit a little bit of the bits out of it, I guess, to accommodate, I guess, as far as the look I'm going for that sell point on the Dairyland map, 4X anyway. So there's a few things anyway that we want to cover just during the stream. And again, just to kind of show, I guess, as far as what is the process of adding elements to the map, not only just editing the map itself, but also other elements of the map. So first things first. First on the agenda, we need to set this map to grass as far as the terrain detail. So there's the two levels that have always existed on there as far as what you need to set the field to, and then what level crop, as far as what crop. So to be able to interact with it when you start the map up, you need proper settings to the field and the crop to be able to either harvest it or do whatever you need to it as far as on map start. So, okay. Zoom in on this. Put this down, so this is just for grass. So I already previously had grass cut, and this did not work as far as to be able to mow it. I've already got what needs to be set up in the fruit types XML for this to be recognized as something to mow with a mower, as opposed to like a direct cutter, grain header, or what have you. We don't want that. Not for this alfalfa. This alfalfa, I'm wanting to get it to where it works much the same as the one in 19, where you plant it and it just regrows. You don't have to replant it. Once you plant it once, it does not go away unless you plow it under. That down just a tad there. There we go. Oh, that might be a little too loud. I feel like I'm kind of yelling over the background music. I've been continuing to use this royalty-free music on TechnoAxe, free on YouTube. Royalty-free on YouTube. So far, it seemed to be working out pretty darn well, I guess, as far as not get any copyright strikes. We'll continue to use it just as long as it continues to remain that way. Probably don't really need to get too particular, I guess, about this, but I just want to get it, because if it does work out, then I feel it'll be pretty much done. So kind of take a little bit of a time, I guess, as far as to get this to. Plus, I want to have enough area on the field, I guess, to be able to try and mow. Might go a little bit further out because this is still showing a little bit of grass cut. I'll go probably for a little bit further out. Let's switch this over to square. Whoop. Why not? Now these fields here are the same dimension Same field definition as the original fields in the version for 19, FS19. And yeah, I've been trying to keep it that way, and not necessarily reinventing the wheel as far as that. So the fields that you've come used to, as well as the topography, has all been very carefully maintained. Very diligently maintained. Let's switch this back around. Let's make that a little bit smaller. Okay, switch back to square. Hello. Thank you very much. I go back and forth between the two different tools because I figure one tool just doesn't do it as well as the one. Depending on if I'm doing round corners as opposed to straight corners. I have that straight edge. Straight. Everybody's been doing well, I guess, as far as on this Monday. Mundane Monday. Trying to make it a little bit better Monday, I guess, as far as than it has been, I guess, as far as being mundane. Do a little bit of modeling and a little bit of map design. It's always a good time. Okay, let's get the rest of this all painted up with grass. Terrain detail. So I gotta get this corner there, I think. Oh, that should be good. Cool. Alright, so that should be pretty decent on that field. So that part's done. Let's get out of that. Now, I'm gonna initially just place this fire department. So the store's over here. The United Co-op would be generally right across there. I haven't gotten not 100% sure what I want to go for on the United Co-op just yet. That's across from the store. Fire department. It'll probably end up getting moved, that's for sure. But I think what I will do with the fire department, at least for now, I'm going to put it generally in this area, just for starters. It's more than likely going to be moved, but just to show proof of concept of how you can take these items that are otherwise not placeable in default maps as far as to make them placeable, and load them in dynamically into the map. So we just need a coordinate off this thing here. Let's put it like right here. We do have, in the original Dairyland map, we have farmhouse with the barn. You got the store, generally about right here. Right across the street is United Co-op. Got the little town up in this area, next to the river. Just a general placement of that. So I think we'll put, at least for now, until we come up with a better place for it, we'll put the fire station right in this area. Let's import that. Make sure point is go to placeables. Point right to that. That should load right in. Okay. We do have a camera in there, which we don't need. definitely don't need that. Let's go ahead and delete that camera. In fact, I'll be able to probably delete that, I guess, as far as in the actual placeable itself, too. Won't need that. So all we need, we can keep it right where it's at here, and just do an interactive placement. And get in a coordinate for that. Interactive placement, let's put it right now. And let's orient this right along this grid line here. I got these animal mud line grid lines here. I've put these in here, I guess, as far as for use for creating the PDA, so I kind of get a sense of where I'm at when I'm looking in the PDA view. Creating that and be able to stitch that together. Those won't stay there. It's just kind of my own little temporary grid system. Now, alright, so we got our fire station placed. Let's kind of play around with the fight and all stuff with it. Let's get this nicely placed here so we can get some coordinates. Now this is this fire station isn't interactable. It's just for looks. It's just for deco. Could potentially probably add like a sleep trigger or something to it if you wanted to. You know, kind of created like a, you know, an actual firehouse. You know, as far as to be able to sleep. So we'll have a kind of a wonky collision here initially. We'll have to create our own collision. Won't have any rigid bodies, so we'll be able to drive through it. We'll change that eventually, as far as to add appropriate collisions to it. Okay, so let's look in here. That's one thing I have noticed with a lot of the buildings that are in there. They have separate collisions, so they don't use rigid body aspect, I guess, as far as to the main shape. You know, as far as for example, for like these here, they don't have rigid body directly. I'm not 100% sure why they've done it that way, but as far as to have a separate collision, I don't know if it has more to do like with the seasons aspect or what the case may be, but I have noticed that in a lot of the placeables by default here, they have a separate collisions here for. So I borrowed these collisions here from already established placeable, which is one of the farmhouses, which obviously isn't gonna fly, I guess, as far as what the size of our fire department here. So we'll have to create a separate collision for that. So here's the rigid body. It's just static, nothing special to it. It's just add collision. We'll have to create a custom collision, I guess, for this thing at some point here. But for now, we're just going to leave that. So when we witness this, when we test this in the game, we'll more likely just be able to drive through the majority of this building. Just to take initial note of that. So LOD1. Okay, this one actually does have rigid body. Interesting. We'll have to see how this works out for us here. Maybe we won't even need this at all. This section. We might be able to take this out completely. Is it this level of the fire department does actually have rigid body, which is static. And again, this is coming directly out of the Elm Creek map that's on the main, which could be considered the main strip. So yeah, it does have rigid body. Cool. So we might not even need that collision section there. Good. We'll take note of that once we test this out here. We don't want any more collisions than we need to. So in the XML for this deal, let's load that up. Let's see what's going on with that. So we have this section here. I did comment some of these things out that we won't need for it. We are going to be using the clear areas, level areas, and all that stuff for this placeable. I've initially left the lights that came off from the farmhouse in here. Right, I need to adjust those. We don't need this spawn point. Comment that out. It's for our map. Yep, so we can And we don't. We could add this if we wanted to, but we don't need this aspect, you know, for initial testing here. Probably could potentially, like I said, if you wanted to, but not really looking to have that on this building. Personally, so let's do this. We'll comment this out. Yep, just comment it out properly. There we go. So we don't need that part. I wanted to look in here to see if there was stuff in here for collisions. I don't think so. Nope. So since we already have rigid body into this here, I think we can easily enough take this out. We'll just have to make sure that we renode, like for this area. That one's on node. Oh, okay. It's going to be in the... Never mind. So this is going to be in 5. So you have to consider if this was placed in a transform properly. You know, as far as within the map's scene graph. We're only trying to place this here, so that's why it's at a 7, 5. We don't necessarily want to use. So, it's update area, which is this. That one is at... Let's see if it's still at 5. It's like, yep, so start and end. Yep, this deal right here. So, if we chunk out some of this stuff here, we'll have to make sure we renode that. Take this out, we'll have to renode these two. You know what I'll probably do is I'll end up opening this up separate, and I'll edit it that way, but just to kind of get an idea how that was going to shift. So these nodes will have to be renoded. We'll open that up separate and adjust that accordingly once we save the map. We just want to get the initial placement of this deal anyway here for now. Just taking notes of what we'll have to adjust to the structure of this fire department placeable, I guess, as far as it all. Okay. Alright, I think that's good enough for placement. What we'll do now is get some coordinates here. So we need these coordinates. We have to plug this in to our placeables XML, which is right here. So just copy those values right from Giant over here. X, Y, and Z. Oops, we're going to be getting back to that in just a second. Okay, this is our height. Let's plug all those values in. We don't have any rotation, so it's just all 0. We'll take this rotation out. Yeah, so how we doing there? Yeah, so like to see you get DMCA strike on that one, huh? Alright, I think I'm going to leave this default farm. I'm not 100% sure how this is going to work, so we'll have to test this out. Whether or not we'll need this as a default farm property item or not. I know in 19, if you wanted the item to be able to sell it in the store, as far as the option, let's go to the top of this here. So if you wanted this option right here is for can be sold or shown in store. In order for this to even work, to be able to buy or sell that, I guess as far as in the store, it might be different here in 22, I'm not sure. But I know it was required previously in the items XML that you had to have this set up as default property true. We'll see how this works out. We may not need that, or we can set that to false or just chunk that out altogether. And then also on farm ID 1. This means that you, as the starter of the map, as far as like that, what you own, that's still farm ID 1, just as it was in 19. So again, this is all in theory. All in theory, but I think in with that theory, I guess as far as it should be pretty solid. Then the cow should get royalty, yeah, possibly. They get mooed on a lot, yeah. So we can go ahead and save this with our coordinates in here. So this will load, this placeables XML will load via the mod desk. That's already loaded up in here in our map mod desk. So we have map XML, vehicles XML, placeables XML, and then items XML. Now currently, as it stands, we don't have anything in the items XML. I'm not 100% sure, since the default maps have an empty items XML. I don't know what that's used for. From what I can see in the placeables XML, it's pretty self-explanatory. Just what we're trying to do here is to place a building onto the map dynamically. That's what that's being used for now. That's a new XML that they've introduced to 22 as opposed to what we have for 19. Still all the same things that are necessarily needed as far as a map XML and a vehicles XML as far as the starting vehicles. I think I do have, I gotta double check. I think I do have a starting vehicles, but I think it's empty. Oops. Or maps US, and vehicles. I think this one is empty. Yes, yeah. So we'll eventually get this populated in with starting vehicles. There's still a lot of development, I guess, as far as that goes, as far as to get things like that going. I was playing around just seeing what different categories and such that some of the default placeable items are, like the gas station, garden shed, just to kind of get a feel of where things will show up in the store. So one of the things that I have come to find, like if you've got just like what we're doing with this this fire department, this firehouse, probably better to put in a simple placeable. It's not really interactable. It's just a decoration, and putting it in under uncategorized, probably just as a decoration. Now, unless it has some functions to it, then you would have to consider a different type of placeable type. So that's what I've come to find so far, I guess, as far as with how this would work. And this is just using the default in-game stuff, you know, as far as the way they've got those structured. But I've looked at several different things here. So this is our original Dairyland map for 19. I'm kind of referring to that. I did have to add some 110N items to help explain, I guess, as far as what's going on with our fire department. So that still seems to be required to do this if you want to have a custom mention, I guess, as far as in the name of it, the function, and so on. So I put an empty store image for now until we can get one painted up for that. So this is just going to be an empty store picture placeable. So yeah, we're going with the simple placeable for this fire department, and it is just a decoration and uncategorized. So as far as the way it'll show up in the build mode, will reflect, I guess, what the way we got that set here. Again, all in theory, but from what I've seen, the way it's structured, I guess, in all the other deals for the default placeables in Farm Sim, you know, as far as the base stuff, it seemed to work. Hey, Deuce, how we doing? You know what, I had thought about that too there, Deuce. How we doing? Who's mood at me anyway? What's going on? I had thought about that too, but it's like, kind of in a way, it's more like a maker. I'm not really playing the game, you know what I'm saying? And I guess that's kind of the way I look at it with when it comes to the categories. It's like, unless you're playing the game, I tend to, so I'm doing more or less the creation aspect of it, you know what I mean? So it's like, granted, I probably will be going into the game to test items out, but I'm not really playing the game, and I guess that's kind of my thinking, I guess, as far as why I put myself in the category I did, just to kind of give some insight. It's mooing at me. Buddy, mooing at me. Glad you're all finding some use, I guess, for that that sound bit. It's pretty appropriate, I guess, for what we're doing here. Yeah, so it was mentioning this is for Kyle should be getting some royalty because you're used to that. That's funny. I know it. I'm well aware of that. Yeah. So the only thing I was going over, I guess, as far as how to set up, you know, just how placeables are designed. So like if you're wanting to set up a placeable that's custom, or if you want to take something from the map, like I've done as far as with the fire department, be able to put it in another map. This is kind of the approach I'm taking here. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and load up here. I already got a couple renditions here of. I'm going to be getting to this here in a second. I'm going to be using this as a sell point, but I've been modifying this just a little bit to kind of make it what the look I'm going for on it. Got to edit some bits to it. Let's see. I don't know if the PC is going to crap itself if I open another rendition of GE here or not. Alright, if it does, then we'll understand why. So what I'll do, let's load up this fire station that we're trying to load in dynamically to the map. We're getting that set up, I guess, to be able to do so. Let's load this up in GE. Hopefully it doesn't crap itself. How the heck have we been doing there anyway there, Deuce? Sneaking in down in here. I see you. Alright, did that load? Uh-oh. Yeah, it's trying to. I got 3, at this point here I'll have 3 renditions of Giants Editor load up here, so this might bench test, I guess, the system here. We'll see how it works here. Alright, so let's point to that fire department right here. This is right in our map. I've already exported this out, so this is what we want to potentially load in dynamically into our map. Into the position that we've got. Let's go back to that. We've got the map open here. This is where we potentially want it to load, right in front of our field 1. This is just for, initial testing. It's not necessarily going to stay right there. We loaded it in here just to get the coordinates for our placeables XML. We don't really need this part anymore. We can take that out. Go ahead and remove that. Okay, that's done. We'll eventually end up saving this map. We did have to make some other changes. So, the fire department, which is right here, this is what we're trying to get loaded in. Here's what I just took out. I gotta edit some bits out of here. So we don't need this collisions. We're gonna leave this in here. We're gonna renode this stuff here though. So we got some initial colliders in here that we don't need. Don't need these. That is for as a template for this placeable, because it's obviously a static item in the map, in the Elm Creek map. It's not set up as a placeable. So I use something that is already set up as a placeable, which is one of the farmhouses, as a guide as to what type of structure I need to have with it. So we've got already a rigid body based on the fire department that was static into our transform groups in here. And now all we have to make sure as far as our clear areas, level areas, test areas, and so on are all set. Which I've already done that previously, so we're gonna see how this actually presents itself in the map once we get into it. Oh, doing a little bit of email checking. Was that a typo? And finalizing things. Yeah, I don't even want to think about taxes right now. I don't even want to think about it. But I know it's inevitable. I know it's inevitable. We're coming to the end of the year, which is pretty crazy. Okay. So this one here we got to renode. This was previously at 5. So when I chunked out the one part there, this is now at 0.4. So now we got to change this in here. Now this is all i3D map too, so there's a difference between i3D mapping and just putting the raw node into these different parts here. We got to adjust the i3D mapping for this, which previously was at a 0.5. Now we got to set this as 0.4 since we can chunk out that one transform group. So start and end. Back to it. Got to confirm that that's all the way it is. Start, and here's the end, which is at 0.40. Gotta change that. Why are you stopping my... We'll be doing that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, hopefully you have a little bit of... It's not too daunting, I guess, as far as what that tax stuff there does. Very unscheduled stream, I guess, as far as like that. But I figure I was already in the thick of this, and it's like, I'm sure a lot of you are probably wondering, what's going on? It's like, haven't seen any progress, I guess, with the map. I've been testing out a lot of different things, I guess, as far as to get things to work, and that's I haven't really had much to show up till now. So That's my only excuse, I guess, for not putting out updates, I guess, as far as what's going on. I have posted some things in the Rock Nation Discord and a couple other Discords, I guess, as far as to kind of show what I've been dealing with. That hasn't been very optimistic so far, but we still keep trying to throw things at it to see if it sticks, and it's the only thing we can do at this point. Still early in the game, so these nodes here set to 0.5. These should have been originally at 0.6. Oh, they were originally at 0.7, so we got to change all those. And these are just placeholders for now. Make that abundantly clear. These are by no means set to where they need to be for lights. So all the lights for placeables tend to load in dynamically, as opposed to having an on create. They used to have an on create. I don't want to get too technical with it, but if you went into your placeable for windows and stuff like that that would light up during the night, you would have the separate windows that would light up dynamically, I guess, as far as through what was considered an on create script, which was built into the engine, the game engine. So the way they do lights now, it seems, they have both link lights, which load in dynamically. There's a library of lights that the game itself has that you can have loaded in. But with those linked lights, that's all they are, is the static structure. They don't have the built-in lights as far as what casts, what casts onto the ground and whatnot. So you have to define those through real lights, much the same as you would for vehicles and equipment. So that's a little bit of more, how do you want to put it, conformity, I guess, as far as the way vehicles are done. Placeables seem to be done much the same fashion. So there's no there's no disparity, I guess, as far as between either placeable or equipment now. You have to load in your lights. Now, keeping in mind, most of these real lights that you apply to placeables are not dynamic. They're not interactable. They'll just automatically still come on based on how you script it in here. So this light section, for example, the fact that it is this flag here, for example, when it gets to night, as far as that 7:30 at night, that's already built into the engine. These lights that you set up in these groups here, as well as your scene graph for your model, will automatically turn on at that time. So that's just an automatic thing. Now, I have noticed this little node in here for light switch. I don't know if that's room that they've applied, and I've seen this on a lot of the placeables. I don't know if they're leaving room later down the road, I guess, to be able to have dynamic lights where you can have an actual light switch where you can turn those on or off manually. As far as I can tell for now, there's really no use for this node. And it's on the very bottom, I guess, as far as this real lights here. I have yet to see anywhere where it's actually being used for any purpose. But I think it's something that they're leaving as an option somewhere down the road. In a future update, for example. Not 100% sure. So one thing I did notice here as I've been babbling here, we don't have an indoor area set up on this. Now, the fact that the indoor areas is basically what's considered the season's mask, as it was in 19. They call it indoor areas. So indoor areas basically distinguishes as far as what areas you don't want snow to land. So it's basically an inclusion area, I guess, as far as for snow. So if we don't want snow, I guess, to end up inside of our building, we'd have to set that area up as well. That's something I noticed was not evident. They got the section in here in the XML, which is what I originally used, was the farmhouse. But the fact that that wasn't even set up as with an indoor area is kind of interesting. I might leave it that way just to kind of see how that results. And if it's not favorable, satisfactory, I might change that. The fact that that's something I'll keep in note here. So this section that's in your four indoor areas, I'll just kind of let it hang in the balance here for now, until we can see what kind of result we get out of this. So I got the set to buy in the store, 150,000. I can always change that. Something else that I've noticed with brand names. So the fact that Lizard is the standard brand for, as it was in 19. Now you can set it to none. If you don't want a particular brand to it, like this item there that we're trying to load in dynamically, even in the store, you don't have to have any brand. I don't know how this is going to present itself in the store. You might have to put Lizard on that. It might bark at me and tell me I need to have a brand on this if I'm going to make this purchasable in the store. As far as the build mode, we'll have to see how that works. So a lot of this stuff is going to be very, how would I want to say it, as far as in theory, at least anyway. A lot of things we're just trying to throw at it to see if it'll stick, like I said. Okay, so did I renode these? I did. So I just want to confirm 06 on the lights, and they are just very preliminary. All of these are at 0. Wait a minute. Nope, these are at 05. That's right. So we got to renode these. Cool. All right, let's go back to XML. So these nodes go forward to conclusion. God darn it. Lost track of what I was doing here. So 04, gotta double check these. 04, 04, 0, and then these are at 05. Okay. Got it. So we gotta change this one to a 4. And our lights to 05. So we shift, whenever you shift the nodes in there, that's a common mistake that people will make as far as when they're chunking things out of the scene graph here. If it's noted in the XML, and not noted like NOTED, but NODE, when it's noted in there and you chunk things out there, those things aren't going to work anymore. And whether you get an error or warning in your error log as far as the game log, that's going to be why. So you have to be careful. But I've also seen it done where they'll leave transform groups in here so that it doesn't pose a problem, so that it is, as far as the game is concerned, that node is still there, even though it might be empty and not used. That's another thing. So I don't know. I always take the approach as far as cleaning this up properly. As far as if I'm chunking transform groups out of here, I'm making sure the nodes line up as they give all that information is given, and just make sure that you're lining that up properly in your XML. It's pretty simple. Kind of bugs me, I guess, as far as when they don't clean it up there and they leave transform groups in there that don't need to be in there. And they're all still noted in the XML. So that's just a little bit of a pet peeve of mine anyway. So some of these bits here that I did chunk out of the scene graph already, like for the sleep trigger, I did chunk it out of here, but I left the bits in here in the XML. I just commented it out. So if I do at some point say I wanted to add that back in, I can reestablish this. I can uncomment it and re-add that node, and then make sure it lines up here in the i3D mapping, so on and so forth, yada yada. Just right and wrong ways, I guess, is all. So let's save this XML, since we did make some adjustments, as well as to this placeable fire department. And yeah, I did mention here, I don't know if I can get rid of this camera or not. We only got the one camera. I'm going to leave it in there. The Giants editor in the game will definitely yell at you pretty badly, because as far as if you don't have some type of either perspective or just a fixed camera in here, so that when you open it, you need this camera in here as far as to be able to manipulate and, you know, move around, I guess, as far as the model in GE. When you don't have one, it'll definitely bark at you. So I think I'll just leave this one in here. Not really going to be used, I guess, as far as the placeable is concerned. It loads in dynamically to our map, so it should not be a problem. Let's do save as, and resave that placeable right there. This is in our map. And we can confirm, always want to confirm when we do this, to make sure all of our texture files are lined up with it. So this is all reading by what is considered dollar data, all in the game files. So there's nothing we have to bring texture-wise into our map. So all this texture information for this this fire department building is all reading from the game itself. Nothing needs to be bringing in the map other than just the i3D and an XML. That's all we need. And I just want to confirm that, I guess, as far as by looking at the i3D in any any text editor, either Notepad++, Notepad, whatever, just to confirm that. Don't really need to do anything in it, just to confirm. Okay. that's all done. We'll go ahead and close this out. We're done with that. I'm surprised that actually did allow me to open another. I don't want. I was pretty leery, I guess, if it was going to let me open a third rendition, I guess, of Giants Editor without crapping the stream. Brew. What's up, Brew? Fire. Is it your dog's barking? Is that what it is? Alright, so we got our field set. Okay, we got our coordinates for where we want our fire department, I guess, to load, which is just on this side of the grid of the field 1. So a couple things we'll be able to test out that it actually places this, number 1. And also if we were able to purchase another one in store, and let alone be able to sell this as our starting equipment, you know, our starting items. That's the way it's set up in there, as far as that default farm item type of thing I mentioned earlier. So testing the field out, seeing how this loads and how it is interactable in the store, as well as our starting items in the garage. The only thing I can think of, I guess, as far as that. There's a lot of things to be able to check out here in this one little things. Now we got to make sure we save the map, because I did make a change to this field. Hopefully this will allow us to mow it, even though the texture for it is kind of wonky. It still needs a little bit of work on it, but you should still be able to mow it, hopefully. I've already put this field, I guess, through 3 different terrain detail definitions and not been successful. This is going to be my 6th attempt, I guess, as far as so I tried sown, plant bed, harvest ready, grass cut. Now I'm trying grass, just to see if it'll allow me to mow this darn field. Hopefully it darn works. So let's go save as. Let's go to, save the map. US right now. Yes, please. So we got lots of things to test out here as far as this a little bit here. Okay. Oops, stream kind of burped there a little bit. How we doing there, Billy? Welcome on in. Got everybody coming on in. I appreciate everybody stopping in to see what's going on. I've just been doing a lot of work, I guess, as far as on this here, so it's a lot of trial and error. Definitely for sure at this point. But I do have, just in case anybody didn't know, I've tweeted this out and so on, put it in the Rock Nation Discord, 4X Dairyland map. So you can see where the original standard map ends, right now. This is the original map, and then everything beyond that is the 4X. And these grid lines are just my temporary placements. So when I go into PDA view, it gives me some sense of where I'm at, being able to stitch the PDA together once I get to that point. These lines are definitely not going to stay. They're just there temporarily. But you can see the in the original map, this is the original field 1. The river that goes to the north of the map, and the creek that goes diagonally across the south to the east. That's also in here. Also, all the topography is in here, actually. It just needs to be repainted, you know, as far as with the grass and whatever, to give it its give it all its glory back. So in this corner was where the bigger cow farm was, for example. You can kind of see some of the areas as far as where the bunker is and where the stable is at. All that is evident. Where the road is, going over a bridge, and then there's the turn, I guess, as far as it goes. Yeah, there's a just bends off here, and that's the original edge of the map. Here's the bottom edge, the south end of the map, over on this side. You can see how much different in elevation change. This is all flat, as opposed to how much elevation is in our original Dairyland map for 19. So I've played around a little bit too, I guess, as far as with getting some the trees that are available in 22, and in comparison, I guess, as far as trying them out, I guess, with what was in 19. What I am coming to find is probably better to use the trees from 22, as it is to bringing the ones in from 19. Not only does it add a little bit more weight to the map, bringing those trees in from 19, because you would have to bring all the XML, the textures related to it, and so on. If I bring in the trees, I guess, that are built into 22, then that removes all that weight as far as adding the XMLs for those trees and their textures, their accompanying textures. So it's all in a matter, I guess, of keeping the map directory, the map structure, I guess, as far as less bulky, but still being able to load these things. So it's a very thin, very simplified map structure, I guess, to kind of give you an idea as far as how it is. So we got Dairyland map. The only thing I don't like, and I don't know if I'll change this or not, what I don't like is how it skips here and there's absolutely nothing in here. Now the way they've got it in the default maps, they do have like all the XMLs for fruit types, fill types, and so on, all in this section. I don't know if I'll go that route, much the same as they've done the default maps, or not, just to have something in this folder. To me, it just feels wasted space, the way I've initially done this, to not have anything in this folder and everything in this folder. So we only have right now, as far as in the main folder, just the mod desk, the preview, and the icon, which is the little picture that shows up, I guess, as far as when you're setting up the download section in your map. You know, in your download section, setting up your career save, that's what that'll show. And then your preview is that big picture. As far as what I've tried to figure out is how they do that issue, you know, how they do that with the dynamic change, you know, the slideshow. I don't know how they're doing that. I'd really like to be able to try and add that aspect to Dairyland map. If I do figure it out, I'll definitely probably try to apply it. But for now, it's just a static image for the preview of the map when you're on that load screen. So anyway, that's to give you a little bit of an idea of how this map structure is designed, and not a whole heck of a lot in it so far. This may change, I guess, over time, but this is the general overview. So the overview is the PDA. Right now it's just blank. It's just a placeholder. It's just got some text in there to discern that it is a blank 4X as far as a starting template. So that's about all that is. Yeah, that's about all I can mention there. So I did save the map. Now we want to be able to. I'm going to leave these items open here. That'll be fine. Okay, cool. Now all I got to do is bring the map over to the game directory. Put that in our mobs. I'm going to leave it unzipped. I've been testing this unzipped because I'm not testing on a server or anything like that, so it's not really necessary. You can definitely test out maps or mods, for that matter, in your mods folder unzipped. But definitely once it gets closer to finalization, I definitely want to make sure testing it as far as while it's zipped, so that it does work properly, I guess, as far as on an online environment, as far as dedicated servers and so on. But for now, keeping it unzipped. Okay. Map's been saved. So everything that we've got in our directory as far as our fire department placeable, we've saved all our XMLs related to that. As far as how we've re-established that field as grass. Okay, this is still going to be, I'm hoping that works. I got the cross fingers follow remo, so if you are following the channel, probably need all the cross fingers that we can get first to make sure. We want that to work as much as we can possible. Let's back this up this way. I did do a backup of, prior to doing all these changes that we just went through right just now. This is the approach I take to it, as far as to make a backup. This way, if anything breaks, as far as adding these new aspects to it, we can always revert back and start over. Always a good idea to do that as far as the backup, have something to back up, as opposed to just, I'm going to go ahead and do this and be like, oh shoot, that didn't work. Then you got to start completely over, not just from what you added, but completely over. I don't like having to do that. That's more work than I care to want to do. So let's move this over. There's some cross fingers. Appreciate that. Makes XML editing easier, all in one folder. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's kind of the reason why I mentioned that. So far, the way it is, I guess, kind of, they are all in one folder. it's just all in here, right? It's just a little bit, you know, you got to really look, I guess, as far as you. Just so it's got a lot of other business going on here besides just the XMLs, right? So that's something I guess I keep in mind as far as I kind of almost like the way they did it with the default map to have the XMLs all in one folder by itself, so it'd be here instead of here. I just wanted to get an idea of what it would look like as far as if we put that all together in one folder. So far, I feel it's kind of messy, it's kind of sloppy. So I might end up moving those eventually. Yeah, 100% not wrong. You know, as far as to make it easier, I guess as far as to edit XML. So far, when I'm looking through Notepad++ here, it's still pretty easy, I guess, for me to find those right where I've got them currently. So it hasn't been too much of a headache. But down the road, as things get more and more things get applied, it might become a little bit more tedious, I guess, too. So this is something I think ahead of with. Alright, so we're done with that. And make sure we saved all these. I did not save this. What's going on with this? Did I change it? I don't think I did. Oh, I must have closed this in. So just a minor edit there, so let's go ahead and save that. Make sure all these are saved. This is our initial. We got very little. All we got is just that fire department that we're trying to add there. This will probably get more populated as time goes on. Need to save that because we did. This is all to our map folder. Did apply those coordinates. Our map XML, we've already pointed this to our store items, which is this file. This is pointed to our map. Make sure that's saved. That is saved. Map XML, make sure that's saved. Good there. Sweet. So we got everything saved to include the map. Good lord. Damn. I forgot how loud that sumbitch was. And of course, Joe, out of all people, just had to do that one, didn't you? That'll wake some people up. Give your props to. Did your mic drop for 19? Don't think it played. Yes, it has. It's still on the website currently, as far as the latest 3.1.2. That was. I think that was the last version we got out there. That's 100% available on the website. SpyDesignStudios.com. In fact, let me see if this will work here. Does this one still work? Should be able to see it also at the bottom of the channel, as far as below the stream. But I'll go ahead and... There you go. There is the website that it should still be on there. If you go there, should be able to see the banner, I guess, as far as on the main page. Click on that. That'll take you to the latest versions of that. I've left all those, we kind of left those all on there as far as from version 3, which was for 19, of course, and then all the way to the latest version, which, so it just depends on what you want to have. I kind of left some flexibility with what people may or may not want. Some of the additions that we made to the final version, people might not be crazy about it, so gives you a little bit of options as far as, you know, 3.1 all the way to 3.1.2. So, take your choice on that. Wanted me to blast something else? That's the only one I've got to blast, so thank goodness. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, that definitely blew my eardrums out, and I forgot how loud that some gun was. Anywho, welcome in, Joe. Appreciate you stopping in. I know Drew kind of bounced in here too. He was barking at me. I don't know if he's kind of moved on, or I'm not sure. But anywho, I was already working on some stuff here, and I had a little bit of time, I guess, to be able to stream this stuff, so I figured why not. We're going to be testing this out in the game. We got to get it moved over here, though, so let's, let me switch swings over here real quick. I kind of redid some of my scenes here. Let's see if they work. Alrighty then. Cool, so now we're over in my game directory here. We got to get some stuff moved over, so we need to go here. Go to the map. Let's see here. Dairyland 4X. This bad boy. And again, like I said, I'm keeping it unzipped at this stage. Definitely will make, you know, as it gets closer to completion, which will probably be a while, I'll definitely start zipping it as far as to test it in that capacity. Got the header open, so just listening around. Oh, okay, so Brew's still hanging out. Maps. So Brew's still doing his things there too. All right, cool. I appreciate you stopping by at least. Anyway, hopefully we can kind of bounce ideas off each other. As far as some of us are having troubles with one thing, some with others. So it's just like I figured that's another reason why I feel kind of stream. So if you're having issues with things, and you might be having, you might have figured some things out that I haven't, so on and so forth, and kind of bounce those ideas off. So I gotta go to documents and open this in a new window. Copy this into my game mods for Farm Sim 22. I need to chunk this one out. I've already confirmed. This is my last test that I did as far as to try and get the alfalfa to cut with the mower. That didn't work. So we're gonna delete that. I've already backed up. I showed in that other folder, so that's not going to be a problem. So we'll paste this in that I copied over from basically my map edit folder. Bring that into the mods. Let's refresh that. So there, that is now. So we should be able to load this up in the game and see what we get as a result. You have troubles with everything? I mean, technically, Joe, I guess as far as what you've been able to figure out so far, with the blender stuff, we've done some things in it. I think you've come pretty far, to be honest. I mean, that's so definitely don't get discount, I guess, as far as what your build. Now, some of these things that you've been encountering, I guess, as far as with wheels not wanting to load dynamically and stuff like that's, that's going to happen to anyone that's newly trying to do these types of things in Farm Sim. It's not just going to click like that, like it's just gonna be boom. That was pretty simple. It's never that way. 100% guarantee you. All right, we need to go back. Hold on. Get me off my Techno Axe. Uno momento. Need to go back to this one here. Yeah, let's go back to it. There we go. Cool beans. Alright, just had to adjust that. It kind of scrolled off, I guess, as far as the Techno Axe playlist there, so I just want to make sure that was good to go. So I need to set up... I don't have the wheel in front of me, but I will have it at least loaded here in the profiler. Okay, so... Right, so got it both on the persistence. Cool. That's all good to go. I don't ever launch any of the games. Now, the fact that this version of 22 that I have is not through Steam. I want to make that a little bit clearer too. It is 100% Giants install as opposed to Steam, but I do have it linked into Steam. I do have it as a Steam game to read through Steam, so that's what I'm going to be launching it through. Here goes nothing. Cross the fingers. Alright, so we're going to load this up this way. Empty slot, so I've got my gameplay, I guess, as far as for Elm Creek. Pretty cool map. I like the way that's done. I honestly got to say that. So the fact that some of those, like Brew, has taken the initiative, I guess, to kind of expand it out to a 4X. He's been doing a lot of map edit, I guess, in that regard. I guess with that, it's a nice map to be able to do that too. Quite honestly, I mean, it's very well done. I haven't found really any problems with what I've played through on it, at least anyway. I've been spending a lot more time as far as trying to develop the Dairyland map, that's for sure. But from what I have played with the Elm Creek, it's a pretty solid map. So I got a couple different blank maps in here that I've made. This is the Dairyland one, so I'm going to load that one up. And I want to make sure that we've got a better time scale and power tools, at least. I got a couple other mods that I've thrown together. A preliminary paper production. Haven't been able to get that to work entirely yet, but I'm hoping at some point we'll have that as a custom production built into the map, as we did previously in 19. Because as we know, as far as the productions from Giants itself, that is not available in the default productions. So anyway, Yep, go ahead and load that up. Let's see if we get any errors. I know I do have some errors for fill types and stuff like that. That much I do know. That much I do know. But just to kind of give some clarity, I guess, as far as what errors that I do have, they are all known errors. Let's put it that way. So it's giving me a warning for, let me see, no store item. Okay, hold on. That should be place. I've already got that in the store items though, you piece of junk. So I put that store items XML that we did is in there. So why? Don't want to read that. What's up with that? So if anything, the only thing that'll do is it won't give us the option to be able to buy it in the store. But what I'm hoping, we gotta scroll back up here. It should. Dang it! Hold on a second. I gotta adjust some things. Un momento. I need to move this over. I do have the steering wheel, I guess, as far as in close proximity, but it's kind of getting in my way right now. So, okay, this over. What I need to check, page up on this thing here. What other areas do we got? So that store items deal for the fire department. That's probably all that. So this warning for the meadow, that's been known. That's a Giants warning. That's even evident in the default maps, at least Elm Creek anyway. And then these other issues up here with the fill types, I don't have these all established 100% yet. But the other thing I got is for the paper palette, which, like I said, that's not 100% done yet. So the fact that error is coming up there, that's for good reason that does populate. Eventually that'll go away once I figure out, I guess, as far as how to set that production up. And for some reason I get this one for the end dump, for the east end dump, as far as the cover. I don't know why. So that's not even map related. I've been getting that even in the other maps. So they're all discernible and recognized warnings. So just like with that one, that's common across all the maps that I've played, I guess, as far as in Farm Sim. And then this one here, I think, if I'm reading this one right, it's probably not going to populate into the store to be able to buy it that way. But I'm hoping it still will dynamically load, I guess, in that spot that we put it in the map. If it does that, then that's at least half resolved. Okay, let's get out of that. Let's load the map up. Here we got it now. Alright, guys. Character, and always the other thing I like to do is turn off the autosave. You don't want them to be saving this while we're testing. Alrighty then, so let's see what we got here. So does our fire department load up here? Does not. Son of a gun. Should be right here, right in front of the field. So the fact that store items there, it's not loading properly. So we got to take a look at why that's the case. So here's our alfalfa, and like I've already mentioned, just like we see in the Giants editor, for some reason, and I think it's just the way the LOD textures, or I'm not 100% sure what the heck is causing it, but it just tends to like to quote-unquote disappear. It only does that at close range, but when you're obviously you pan out there, it's populated. So I don't know what the deal is with that, but this is how we painted the terrain detail, as far as to be grass. So the ones that I've already tried are planted, seed bed, harvest ready, grass cut, and now we're trying grass. So I'm hoping this, again, cross fingers, as far as that it'll allow me to be able to cut this, even though the texture's kind of wonky on it. See what happens here. No, I have it in placeables as well as store items, as far as Billy. I have it in both. I did that as both, and I'll show that here. In fact, let me do this. Switch this back over. Just to kind of clarify. Alright, so... Did I switch over? Did not. Why did I switch over? Oh, I know why. Duh, because I'm already in that mode. So let's switch this back over just to kind of clarify. So in this, so this is the store items. I got that item right here for the fire department, but also in placeables. I got it in both locations. So this is where it'll load dynamically, which it's not showing. That's what I was hoping for. It does not load in here dynamically in this location that we put it into the map. So that's a problem. And I think it must be related to the fact that this isn't loading properly. So we need to figure out why that is. This is the directory it should be reading it from. Oh, yeah, and that might be what you were pointing out. So the fact that this is placeables, that's the directory I do have it in. So maps US, placeables. Right here. This is where it should be loading from, this XML. So that's the proper location, right? So the fact that it doesn't want to load that, that's a little baffling to me. Why you don't want to load? I mean, that is the proper location. And there's nothing else needed here, so I'm just looking at the structure for these items here that are default. Farm buildings, as far as that. And this I have confirmed majority of these items that they are in that location in the game. So stands to reason that I should be able to use that same structure for our map build. And this is where all is located, so should be no reason for that. Why are you giving me a warning? Dirty rotten thing. Anyway, switch this back over. Let's try and see if we can cut this felfa. Again, we need the cross fingers. Go to the fire department XML. Yeah, I can do that. I already got it open here. So right now, so this is already set up to what it should be as far as what i3D it should open. Same thing. Maps US, placeables, all in that same location here. Same location. So you have to make sure it's pointed, obviously, the way it needs to be. And it is. I do have it for can be sold and shown in store. True. Yeah, so as far as what I initially see, there shouldn't be any reason why that shouldn't load. Either dynamically or in the store. Let's check in the store here real quick, just out of curiosity. Let's just humor this. When we go in the store, does it actually show in our build mode? Go to construction. What do we have in here? So we go to decoration. And should be under others. That should be our, yep, this is it right here. But it's, oh, we don't have enough money. Alright, hold on, we gotta give ourselves some money. See, there it is right there. So it is showing in the store, it's not loading, it's just not loading dynamically. We don't have enough money to purchase it, I'll fix that. But it is in the store, and that's just the empty store image that I was mentioning earlier.
Hit the pace car!
So,
hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Swear you saw it in placeable somewhere? I don't know what you mean there, Billy. Hit the damn, we're not hitting any pace cars there, Super Mario, what the heck? We're not doing that today. We're doing a little bit of map design, but appreciate you playing that. Everybody else has been playing the moo. So I got the rooster, the moo, the pig. So everybody's been playing the moo, I guess, quite a bit. So yeah, I'm a little bit baffled as far as why this doesn't want to load dynamically. So it does load in the store. Let's give ourselves some money and see if we can place this at least anyway. So the fact that it shows up in the category that I set it up in the oh, my bad. You guys can't even see it. My bad. I forgot to switch it over. I've been flapping my gums and you don't even know what the heck I'm talking about. Here we go. But it does load in the store. My bad. Sorry, Al. You gotta keep me honest here. Yes, I did. Absolutely. That is definitely a prerequisite for placement. You got to make sure it's zeroed out. So that's all been done. I probably should have made that point, I guess, as far as like that. What is required, I guess, as far as not only what the clear areas, leveling areas, and all that jazz. You want to make sure that it's zeroed out. So when you pull it out of like the map, like I did here for Elm Creek, make sure all the translates are zero. Right. So the fact that it does load this way in the build mode, that part is at least working. Which should be the store items. So the only thing that doesn't seem to be working is the dynamically loaded one through the placeables XML. So we got to figure out why that is. It goes, Markio. I know you've gotten settled in, I guess, as far as to your new place there. I've been snooping in there, I guess, as far as to see what you got going on over there. So yeah, yeah. So just to kind of clarify, I guess let's do this. Let me back out of this. We'll go through the whole process here, I guess, as far as let's set that up there. Let's zoom it back over. Wrong button. There we go. I changed my scene, so I'm still kind of trying to get used to it a little bit. So if we look at that original fire department, just to kind of clarify, just like this one is, it's set to 0. That's not the item we're talking about. We will be here in a moment, but if we load up the fire department again in the Giant Editor, it's all been zeroed out. So the fact that it's showing in the orientation it does in the build mode, that kind of proves it too. But just to kind of give some clarity, I guess, this way. Come on, you're gonna load. You did it before. Yeah, just gotta give it a second. All right, let's load that up. So if you pull up the log in the file path, yeah, I'll have to look at that a little bit closer to see what's going on with that, Billy. Because obviously something's still going on there, I guess, as far as that. I'm with you. I'm not trying to ignore what you're trying to say, but there's obviously something going on with being able to have it load dynamically. We need to load this one right here. There we go. So yeah, just to clarify, it is all set to 0. Yeah. So you had to make sure that you remove any translate. So when you're trying to load it in dynamically, as we're trying to do, you definitely want to make sure this is all set to 0, all of that. Also make sure you have clear area, level area, test area, and so on. Those seem to be a requirement in the placeable as far as the XML. In a lot of cases, it won't work at all if you don't have at least one of these areas defined as far as clear, level, and so on. So the fact that this doesn't have an indoor, it has the section in the XML, but it's kind of commented out, if you will. You have to have at least one of those areas defined. Otherwise your placeable won't work. So that's probably another thing to clarify. But yeah, that is all zeroed out. Okay. I'm done looking at that. What was that out? We're gonna get to this here in a second here. I'm gonna do some modeling on this one here. Got some bits we want to edit to be able to form that the way we want it to be. Let's see here. Let's go back to the log. Switch it back over. We're gonna take a look at that, a closer look at the log there, and see what. Loving Texas, though, that's cool. Probably nice and warm down there too, I bet. You got a free night? Sweet. So you went to work and they didn't need me? That's always a good thing. Gonna have some barbecue and possibly play some GTA. Well, there you go. Sounds like a hell of a night. Oh yeah, absolutely, Billy. That's kind of why we do these things, is trying to kind of bounce the ideas. There might necessarily be something I overlook. It's very possible. Oh, we got a bird in the field. Look at these birds in the field. Get out of my field. Get out of my field. Oops. Get out of my field. Dirty, rotten things, you. Leave my grass alone. Anyway, let's take a look at the log. What do we got now? Holy crap. Oh, we got luas. What are the luas for? That must have been when we tried to place that. Yep, it is for the fire department. What in the heck is that giving him? Alright, so let's go back to this warning. That's what I want to look at. So, can only load existing store items. No store item for XML file name. Okay, so maybe we can't have the same item load dynamically as well as in the store? Is that what it's telling me? It's kind of a bummer. If that's the case. If I'm comprehending that right, we can't have the same item load in the store as well as to be dynamically loaded. That's a bummer. That can't be right though, because I know the farmhouses have that ability. They load in dynamically as far as initial farm, as well as being able to be purchased on the store. So something that needed to be done wrong there. I'll have to figure that out. In the store items, at least, anyway. Well, absolutely. That's what I was thinking, but obviously it's not. And I got some Luas here. I gotta look at these Luas. And it's related to the fire department. Let's see what we got, yeah. So it is giving me some, okay, it is giving me some nodes. So we are at 03, what are those related to? 03023. Okay, let's see what those are related to. Switch this back over. Let's see what those are all about. Can't find the map US, but it is in there. You know, that's what's crazy. It's right here. There it is, right there. Whoop, went too far. So it's right here. This is the directory right here. So the fact that you can't find that, that's kind of dumb. This is kind of the things that we've been dealing with. Because as far as like, you point it to where it's at, and it's like, I can't find it. It's like, what is wrong with you? Anywho, so we want to look at this fire department XML. I mean, this is the things that just kind of drive me nuts. Because as far as why you can't find it, I mean, it is right there. My goodness. So it may come down to something's got to be changed, I guess, as far as where. So either in here or also maybe just in the placeable itself. So maybe we don't need to have this here. I don't know. Maybe it needs to be here and not in here. I don't know. Something like that. So we need to probably change where it's pointed to in here. Yeah, because the fact that this is all drawn out, I guess as far as, I've already confirmed that these locations for sawmill and stuff like that are in those exact locations, right? So it stands to reason it should be the same idea for our custom pieces here like that. So I'm not really sure. I'm a little bit confused on that. Do we need to, okay, so that's something else I was thinking of too, as you said that. I wonder if you gotta have that $sign. So you can't just do it this way. That makes sense because the way the original items, I don't have that open here, but the original items XML that came in 19, you did have to have, yeah, dollar maps directly, right? That's probably all it might boil down to. Fair enough. Right. And I think that's, yeah, you might be onto something there, Brugus, as far as needing that. So I think it's going to be, let me open up the original items XML for Dairyland 19 here. Let's just humor this here for a second. That'll be in here. And, oh, wait a minute. See, so now I got it, I'm all, screwed up here. So default items should be right here. So the way that was originally done here in 19, default items here. Let me get a little something. So we got mod directories. This is for mod. It's like if it's a separate mod. That was one way that was done. But for map, I don't know if I got an example of that one in here or not. You might even need to just do it this way. Yeah, because these mercury lights are actually in the map as far as this directory, so we might have to do mod directory. So I'm thinking that's what it might be. That's the way we did it in the 19 map. See how most of these have $sign mod directory? I think that's what we might have to do. And we got to put the whole deal in there as far as the root folder and so on. Might have to change it that way. That's making a little bit more sense. Okay, we'll have to try it that way and see. Now is it map directory or mod directory? Because this one here I've got actual mod directory as far as, now this is in the original default items, so I don't know if the placeables is different. We can try it both ways to kind of see what happens. Map directory would make more sense because it's actually reading from the map directory, not a separate mod outside of the map. I guess if that makes sense. So we might have to test that out here. So what I'm gonna do, just for the sake of it, I'm gonna copy this. Actually, I only need, hold on. I don't really want this, actually. Hold on. I need to go this way. I need to get the proper directory, that's for sure. So we need to point it to, darn it. Point it to the right directory here. So we need to go this way. We're going to add this. We're going to pin this onto the prefix of our placeables XML. Like so. And we'll adjust it accordingly. Oh, we got to change the direction of our slashes. We want forward slash instead of a backslash. Will not work if you don't have the proper slash. Okay, so we're in placeables. Okay, now let's clean this up a little bit. Get it all the way down to the fire department. Right there. Cool. Now we just probably got to add map directory to that. Right? I think that should be right. Cool. So let's go ahead and add. Oh, hold on. There is a typo. Where does you see the typo? I mean, it could be that too. I think Brew is kind of onto it though, as far as why it's not showing, it's not loading dynamically, is we don't have it pointed as a map directory item. It is a separate mod than use mod directory. See, that's what it's kind of confusing because like in a default, again, going back to the original default items here, everything that was, no, this is all in the map, right? I use mod directory and that seemed to work fine, as opposed to map directory. So I think you can use either one, just from what I've been able to do in here. So all this stuff that's mod directory, these aren't separate mods. These are stuff that are directly in the map, you know, as far as XML is concerned. But I think it will work either way, just from what I've done in the 19 map at least anyway. I think you can get away with using either one, but that's the only way you can get that to load in dynamically, as far as in those types of XMLs anyway. Right. There's an R in placeables? Was it really? I didn't notice that. Let me double check that real quick. I mean, I wasn't seeing that initially as far as this here. As far as store items, let's go look at that. Yeah, there's no R in there. I didn't change this yet. So this seems to still, this side of it here seems to be working. This here is working, so I can load that up in the build mode. That's where this is loading. Right, so that makes sense for that. So that's not the problem. Where the problem lies is in the placeable XMLs. That's what we're editing right here. So really no typo. I just missed. I needed to put that what Brew was suggesting. That's what I'm adding. Let's do this. We're gonna go with what you mentioned there, Brew, and add that map directory deal. I'm not seeing it in the logs. I'm checking on the log in the game. I don't see that R, I guess, next to it. So I don't know. I think you might just be seeing things. No, and just to confirm here, let me switch it back over here. Right, here's the log. I still got the game open. So on this line, whoop, sorry. I guess I can't point to it. So that line there, I guess as far as that's the warning, there's no typo, other than the fact that we're missing that mod directory deal. Map directory or mod directory to the prefix, I guess, of that location. That's the only thing we should need to have to fix. Okay. Switch your back over. Just for some clarity. Alright, so let's continue to edit our placeables XML here. So we gotta add. Where'd you type that? I'm gonna borrow that. Alright, so let's tag this onto the front of that location there. So map directory, FS22. This is the root of our map. Maps US, placeables, fire department. Now, in theory, that should work. Let's go ahead and save this. Alright. Cool. So we got that done. So that should fix the problem with it loading in dynamically to that location that we applied to the map. Now what I want to do is I want to actually see if we can get this field to mow. Can we mow this? Flapping back and forth, but that's kind of the reason why. Oh, my bad. Tawe. Still trying to learn my scenes. I've redone a lot of these scenes. Switch it back. All right, here we go. Oh yeah, I can understand that. I know it's probably a little bit hard to see on screen, but I'm just clarifying as far as leave that up there first, just to give that clarity at least. Though, no typo, just missing that little chunk of data. That is what Brew mentioning as far as it would have to be evident in our placeables XML. So when we load this back up, we should be able to see that load in dynamically, hopefully. For now, what I want to do is test to see if we can mow this thing. So we're going to get ourselves a mower. We were already able to confirm that fire department loads in the build mode as far as the store. So that part works. Turn that. Let's get out of this. Let's buy ourselves. We'll just go ahead and lease one. Mower, that's all I've been doing. Go to mowers and get this bad boy. Lease it and see if we can't mow this stinking field. What do you mean you done hit the off button? What do you mean? What you talking about, bro? If you're gonna use Mac directory, then you have to start with maps instead of map name. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So maybe that's the difference between using one or the other. That makes sense. Yeah, appreciate the clarity. Alright. What do you mean you done hit the off button? What did you do, Joe? Alright, so we already leased this bad boy. And we'll tab over to that. And we'll go to our field. Yeah, so I'll make sure to make that correction in the placeable XML if we're going to use that map directory option there. Gotta go this way, right? Yeah. Ishiway. I think there's a heck of a drop off here too. Yep, there's our field. So our fire department should be loading in right here, which it's not. Which hopefully once we load the map again, second time around, maybe that'll work. We'll see. Okay, let's unfold it. And I think I want to set this up to swath dropping, not the wide spreading. That's what I'd like it on, at least anyway. Alright, swath dropping. Turn it on. Drop it down. This really has a really slow animation for him to drop. I think it's a little too long. I might end up having to edit that at some point. Still won't mow it. Son of a gun anyway. So this field is set to grass that I showed earlier part of the stream. And the fact that it still won't mow this thing, and I've already got it set up in the fruit types for this to be mowable. As far as to use a mower, it still don't want to mow. I don't know what the deal is. So the fact that it disappears, the texture, that's just texture. At least that's my thought anyway. That's just between the LOD textures and whatever, that's the only reason why it's doing that. It should still be able to cut it. So even if you look at the field here, it's showing it's got alfalfa. Right? It needs lime, but I mean, it should have all the aspects here needed, I guess, as far as to be able to mow the darn thing. So this is my 6th time around. Still not able to mow it. Even though that texture's messed up. So I don't know what the heck's going on. Don't get that. My stream just went offline. I was like, what the heck, Bobby? No, we're still out here. Was that just on your end? Did your internet crap out? Is that what the deal is? Alright, let's go ahead and get out of this. And we're going to make more adjustments. We need to get it to the point where we can cut this darn alfalfa. Alright, switch it over. There we go. Does that mower show you can do that? What do you mean you can't do? What do you mean you can do that? It should be built in there with the fill type, as far as the fill and the fruit type. When you set it to mower, which that crone is, you should be able to mow it. right? You shouldn't have to adjust the actual mod itself to be able to accommodate that. I mean, that's that way it was in 19. Once you set up the appropriate fruit type and the fill type as far as to be able to do that. In fact, I'll go ahead and open that just to confirm that. I mean, that's the way it was in 19, so if they've changed something that you have to adjust to the actual mod, in that case, that particular mower, that's kind of crazy, but what do I know? Let me open up that, okay, that's the 19 map. Let's open up the fruit types for our map, just to kind of show what I've got here. So here's the fruit types for the map. I got the alfalfa in here with the windrow and the dry. And down here is where you specify, and this is, I've gone back to confirm as far as the way the default fruit types in the default maps, this is the same way they've got it. You just define what fruit type you want to do what. So the fact that it won't do anything with the alfalfa, which I have defined up here, as well as in the fill types, that's kind of confusing. So I don't know what else they might have changed. So this is way on the very bottom here. I got a fruit converter mower for alfalfa, and it should be able to cut that and create alfalfa windrow. I don't know why I won't cut it. And I've also made sure, I guess, as far as the way I've got the fruit type itself designed, it should be set on the ground type for grass cut. Now the fact that I've got it on grass, I guess at this point for the terrain definition, stands to reason it should, when you look at the other crops, as far as the standard crops that are built into the game, most of these will say harvest ready. I don't want it to be used as a direct cutter, for example, on the alfalfa. I wanted to be able to mow it. So that's part of the reason why I've got it structured, I guess, in this fashion. Let's see. Does that mower show it can do? Yeah, so the fact that it's a mower and I've got it set up as grass, you know, as far as to down here, this is where it should define that. Right here, as far as mower. That's what should allow the mower to cut the alfalfa. It doesn't want to do that. Check the fill types. I mean, I can humor that as well. I do get fill types, I guess, as far as just to add some clarity. I do get fill types in, you know, when I spawn it into a trailer. The only thing I'm using right now, I guess, as far as just a default placeholder texture. So I don't have a custom texture as of yet. So just a proof of concept, I guess, as far as I do, and it will at least show it as alfalfa, I guess, as far as what the fill is. It just doesn't look like alfalfa. It just looks like grass and or regular hay. So just to kind of clarify on that. So the fill types, this is the way I've got this set up. So my converter, I guess, as far as for a tedder, I haven't done any of this yet because I can't cut it. So I just, but this is all set up, I guess, as far as for fill types or fill planes. This all works. Like I said, I'm able to spawn in the actual fill type into a trailer. This all seems to work. But down here, it's probably what you're concerned with. When you look at these sections, I guess, as far as for windrow, I do have the windrows for the dry alfalfa and alfalfa. These are just mostly for what you want those fill types to go into, right? For the most part. So this, you don't really define, I guess, anywhere here as far as for mower. Then that's just sounds. So I've initially got some round bales set up there, some custom. I haven't been able to cut it to be able to produce those yet. So I got to be able to cut it first, and that's what I really stuck on, I guess, at this point. Fruit type converter. No, I've confirmed. It's only just the fill type categories, right? So the only place it's got the converter is just the fruit type, which is here. It doesn't have it both in the fill types. That's where I'm kind of. It almost seems like it needs to be, with what I'm witnessing as far as it not wanting to. That's what's really bugging me at this point. Yeah, so the fact that it is defined in here as far as it has a windrow, yeah, so my, and I don't know if this is necessary. Now, what I do notice in the default build types, for example, is it does have the non-cut, I guess you could say, as opposed to cut. It has those both in there as far as grass and grass windrow. So I've done the same thing as what they've done is the same as it was for 19. So I'm imagining you still have to have both the non-cut and the cut, which is what I've done. Which again leads me to believe, why isn't it freaking recognizing to be able to cut it? So all this up here is just for tedder. Now for field type converters, I guess if that's what you meant here, all this is for is just tedder. That's just for being able to ted it and make it dry. And that's still relatively the same thing as it is in the default field types, I guess, as far as for the standard crops. So there's nothing different that I can see there other than they've added this option here for cutting the sugar beets, which I think is kind of cool. Yeah, this is all borrowed right from a default. Only thing I added is just the alfalfa and the dry. So the regular alfalfa and the dry, the hay. Why you don't want to cut? It's missing something. I don't know what. So my initial thought was that part of the problem is what the field needs to be defined as. And what I've checked, as I mentioned earlier, to see how grass fields are set up in, like, say, Elm Creek, what I have noticed is they do set up a grass field as far as the terrain detail here. And I can confirm this in here if I go into here. Control R. Shoot, hold on. Whoops. Yeah. Why is it not working? Oh, I gotta do. So when I do Control R, I've got it currently set up as grass. Now I've tried planted, seed bed, harvest ready, grass cut, and now grass, and none of those work as far as to be able to allow it to. So I'm still kind of leaning on the idea that it has to be how this field needs to be set up to be able to cut this, and I'm not sure what. And also this alfalfa foliage is set up to, let me go to that mode, back into alfalfa, and that one is set up for harvest ready. So in theory, at least in my head, that should allow to be able to cut the darn thing. It is set up to harvest ready as far as those bits, even though, like I said, the texture's still kind of wonky. You were looking at the default XML for field types. You have them both. Yeah, and it does, and I did confirm that. They do, but I don't think, from what like I said, I copied this directly from the default, and there was nothing in there for mower, I guess, on this part. It was just tedder. So unless I need to add that to it, even though they didn't have it that way, I don't know. That's what I'm a little confused on. Yeah, I mean, set up as a field, and like I said, I've already gone through all those terrain details, I guess, as far as to set it up, so to have that alfalfa start up to be able to be cuttable right off the game, the map start. I've gone through all those different terrain details, and none of them allow us to be able to cut it. So that's, I don't know what the magic setting needs to be on that. I've tried all the logical ones as far as let me turn this down just a little bit. It is set as a field, I guess. I don't know how it's to show it. I mean, it's like terrain detail, done it this way, and it's, oh, that's terrain detail height, my bad. Terrain detail. This one's right now currently is set up for grass. Now I've done it, like I said, as planted. I've tried, let me see, Go through all the ones. I've done sown, planted, harvest ready, other, grass, and now I did grass cut, now I'm on grass. None of these seem to want to work. Now, with the crop on there, as far as the harvest, the foliage itself is harvest ready. The standard reason, now if you look at the way the fields are designed on the Elm Creek, for example, if the crop itself, as far as the foliage, is set to harvest ready, then the ground type needs to be set to harvest ready in most cases. So the fact that I've just tried this just now, set the field as grass with the harvest ready foliage, it still don't work. So it's like, what the F? They don't even use the detail. Actually, they do. That's what I've... Like, if you look at the default starter field that you get in Elm Creek, I was able to do the Control R on that, and it actually does show that terrain, for the field definition as harvest ready, as well as the crop. The foliage itself, which is the wheat, they do actually use the terrain detail, at least from what I've seen. I didn't look at any other fields other than that starter field that you get by default as far as a new farmer. So that's the only determination I've been able to make as far as what does that field need to be set up as to be able to do anything with it. At this point here, the only one I haven't used is, which wouldn't make any sense, to be like cultivated, was having a crop on it and only being cultivated. That, I don't know, that's the only one I haven't tried, I guess. I've only used, like I said, seed bed, plowed, sown. I was trying to go back. Harvest ready, other, grass, and grass cut. Those are all the ones I have tried so far, and not been able to cut the grass, cut the alfalfa. I guess. Oh, I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, I've been able to witness it. It's painted. I mean, it's there. I've been able to even render, I guess, the field definition on those, so I don't know what you mean by that, bro. I don't know what else to set this field as. All I want to be able to do is cut the darn thing. Alright, let's see if we can make these changes, I guess, to the Placeables XML, too. While we ponder that, I guess, as far as what needs to be done to, let's see here. Well, I need to refresh this, holy crap. Maybe my stream did crash. I mean, I don't. Was Joe the only one, I guess, as far as the stream crash on? Yeah, Twitch was acting a little bit funky on my end too, so it may not have been just Joe. Fresh that up real. Okay. I think we might have lost some people too. My bad. Alright, well, y'all might need to refresh. Yep, looking like, I don't know why it did. It didn't show on my end, up until now. At the time Joe mentioned it, it was still fine. Twitch between Twitchy. That's a typical Monday. Anywho, we're gonna ponder this idea, I guess, as far as what needs to be done with this custom alfalfa crop. Be able to cut it. So far, I don't know what else needs to be done. I don't get it. But let's go back to this placeable, and we need to change this. So, as you were mentioning, Brew, you don't need to have the root map here, so you only need to go up to maps. That makes sense. So if we use mod directory, we can use this one here. We'll try this map directory option here. Let's do this, and we're going to test this map again. Alright, save that for our map directory. Okay. Now, still got that positioning. Now let's go back to this. We need to figure out what this, as I've already mentioned, the alfalfa is set to harvest ready. So that seems logical. That's where that would need to be able to mow it. But I think the other factors is what does the field need to be set to? Yeah, that's the big question mark. I think that's what the only thing that's disallowing being able to mow it. Because everything else suggests as far as we got it set up right. So again, just to clarify, this has all been borrowed from the original fill types XML. This is all they had. The only thing I added was this part. As far as for this converter. Let's see here. Did I do that right? Maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe I did that part wrong. Now this is just for tedder. Keeping that in mind too. This is not for mower. Almost think I might have screwed this part up, so it's only got converter. So that I think actually needs to go under this part. Let me look at. I mean, obviously, like I said, this is for tedder. This is not for mowing. But I think I might have to relook at that, being able to ted it. Let's go back to fruit types. Let's leave that right there. What, if anything, did we miss out of here? Yeah, so again, this has been borrowed directly from the default fruit types. The only thing I added was this converter, I guess, for forage harvester and mower. The fact that it says specifically mower and what I want that mower to do, which is alfalfa. Cut it into windrow. That's the way it was in 19 too. So that still seems to be unchanged from 19 to 22. What I did notice as far as changes in here, this is a little bit differently structured, but I did make sure that I did borrow, I guess, as far as from a default fruit types, I guess, as far as to make sure that it's compliant. This is a little bit different, I guess, as far as the way they define an actual fruit type. And it could be something in here too, I guess, as far as it's screwed up. I don't know. What I did use, I guess, is just to kind of give some more clarity, I did use grass as a, copied this out of the default fruit types, grass, and then just changed it out alfalfa windrow, and so on. Give the same dynamic, I guess, as far as for grass. Now, there's nothing else that I can see in here that would say it's still reading as, reading it improperly. Don't get any errors for it. This is the only clue that we get is we can't mow it. So still a little confused on that. So I'm gonna just keep pondering on that. Let's see if we can't get this figured out. What gets with our dynamically loaded fire station. Something we're missing there, at least anyway. Oh, your stream stayed up to me the whole time? Okay, so maybe it's just intermittent. Don't know. I know I lost some people. We had a little bit more people earlier, and I might have scared them off. Who knows? Okay, so we did save our placeables. XML. Cool. So all I need to really do, since I didn't make any changes to the map other than this, I'll just copy over this XML so you can't get that figured out. What I'll do next time too is give myself a little bit of money and see if we can't purchase that in the store. Obviously we got it to populate, we just didn't have enough money to buy it, because we only start off with 100 grand. Alright, let's go stuff over here. Okay. I mean, I like to think that we're, kind of brainstorming here as far as like what would need to be done to get a custom crop, whether it be alfalfa or anything for that matter, what we need to do to be able to interact with it. We can get it to show, even though the textures are kind of funky. That's just the texture, that shouldn't change as far as being able to interact with it. Just anyway. We have not added any foliage just yet, but according Elm Creek map, they only have the fields textured as dirt. The terrain detail loaded in through the field definitions. See, I don't know what you mean by that. See, I've been able now I don't know. I gotta show you what I've seen. Let's just put it that way. Let me do that. Let me get out of this. I'm gonna load up Elm Creek. I didn't really make any changes, so let's go with that. The only thing I did was move around. Now I gotta humor this because what I've been able to see, if you go to the default field, which I forget what field number that is, it has everything. I don't know. We're gonna load this up and get down to the bottom of this because this is kind of ridiculous. There seemed to be a disparity there as far as what you're seeing and what I'm seeing. Let's see, games on Steam. Alright, go like this, data, maps. Let's go US, and we're gonna load this up and we're gonna get down to the bottom of this. Oh, another playlist again. Dang it, that goes through that fast. Oh no, that's still Techno-X. Cool. Kind of a somber one, cool. Alright. So we'll just give this a second to load. I'm surprised I'm actually able to go back and forth with that. I've had up to 3 renditions of Giants Editor open during the stream here. And it hasn't even... Stream hasn't even... I mean, it did kind of wonk out there, I guess, as far as for a couple people. Alright, so we got Elm Creek loaded. So if we go over to that field... Whoops, we need to get out of this. Alright, let's pan over to... Just gotta remember which direction it was in. Find the main strip. There it is. You gotta go this way. So this field right over here. This is what I used as a baseline for what the field would have to be set up to be able to interact with it. Alright, so if we go to this field, I don't know what field this is, but this is that starter farm that you get in a new farmer. Right? So it's got weed on it. Okay, so if we go into this, go into terrain detail, if I do Control R, it's got it set to harvest ready on the ground type. 90 degrees, minus 90 degrees on the direction, which doesn't really matter, but the harvest ready is the critical piece. And I've double checked all these bits. I've already tried this on the field there that for the alfalfa. It doesn't work. So they do have the terrain detail set on these fields that have crop ready to harvest. Now if I switch it over to the actual crop, which is wheat, we can go, what? You set it to wheat, and then do Control R. I'm just showing you what I've done, at least anyway. See, it's set wheat to harvest ready. So both the field and the foliage, the actual foliage that you can interact with, are set to harvest ready with this crop. And I've already tried that, and that way, as far as for the alfalfa, it don't want to cut it. And that's the only field that I've actually tested out with that. But the way you were saying, as far as they're not actually painted, they are. See, because I can actually bring in... If you zoom in on this, it's actually set to harvest ready, so it's kind of hard to see it. But this one here is, I think, cultivated. So the field's actually painted, so I guess I wasn't... Maybe I'm confused with what you meant. You only have that in those 3 fields? Okay. So you're saying the other fields, they don't. And I get that, you know, so like these here, they're all just dirt. Yeah, that I can understand. But I think the reason probably why they did this with the other fields is because you don't own them right off the bat. That's, yeah, it's kind of strange. So I get what you mean by that, the fact that they just made these dirt and they don't have the actual terrain detail actually applied. In fact, we can do the same thing here. Let's go terrain detail. Let's kind of humor this. Control R. Yeah, see, it's not actually painted. So that is kind of weird. I will agree. But the fact that these fields that you start off with in the map, they are set for... Well, this one here, I think, is harvested. Let's check this one out. Got what I... So this one is harvest ready as well. So even though there's no foliage on it, it's still set to harvest ready. Alright, so not necessarily like harvested. And then this one, what did we say it was? This one's cultivated. Yep. So it does it. So it's only these 3 fields. Oh crap. I'm not gonna save this, so I'm not worried about it. Not worried about it. I won't save it, but I don't know what the heck I did there, but I actually changed it to dirt. But that one is cultivated, and both these 2 are harvest ready. And that's what I went by initially to try to get that alfalfa mowable, and it didn't work. So I'm not sure. What's up, Firebat? Welcome on in. Yeah, so the fact that they've only done that with these 3 fields and all the rest of them are dirt, that is kind of strange. Yeah. Alright, so still kind of back to square one, I guess, as far as what we need to do to set up our field as in our Dairyland map, I guess, as far as to get alfalfa mowable. But yeah, that's a very fair point to make, I guess, as far as why these are set as dirt. It's kind of weird. In fact, if we go to, that allow us to do that, if we go this way, will that tell us what it is? Probably not. Yeah, it does. Cool. Did not know that worked. That's cool. So you can use the Control R even in the grain texture paint mode. You want to know what texture that is. No, Control R will populate. So yeah, these are set to dirt. Confirmed. Very strange. The other thing I wanted to do, let's do this, is render the actual field definitions. Let's do that. So we got to be in the main transform of fields in order to do this. So we go to fields, this is the main transform of that, and then go to scripts, map, and toggle render fields. See, those are all, the field definitions are designed. Now, what this basically is here is when you get the, and it's evident even in the Dairyland map as it the state that it is in currently. What this does here is it gives you that, you know, especially when you don't own it, as far as like what is going on with that field, if it's been plowed, if it's got a certain crop on it, that's what this layer does. And obviously it complies with the way the field is actually painted. So that's the 2 layers that are needed. So in the PDA, when you go into that mode, as far as in your escape menu, that's what's going to show in that menu, that screen, as far as what is going on with those fields, whether if you own it or not. But yeah, those are all in here too. So as far as them putting it as dirt for these other fields that you don't start off with, that is kind of weird. I felt like I sound like a skipped record, but that is pretty weird. So let's go ahead and toggle that back off. What's going on with my playlist? Yes. Thank you. Stop stopping. Control R works on all tools, which is nice. But if you hit Control R, you have to repick the texture. Oh, for that paint mode? Yeah, that's the first time I've actually noticed that. Usually what I do is I go through all of the, in the drop down. But the fact that it works in all these different, not only just in the foliage paint, farmlands it works. You know, if you've got it set up to farmlands, that's nice to be able to go back and forth between. So as you're painting your farmlands, your buyable areas, for example, to be able to use Control R to figure out which bits are what, and the fact that they've got this layer for, yeah, we didn't have this before as far as to be able to say. So instead of setting the bits manually, you can go right in here, set it, paint it, and that's what it's going to be set as. So there are some nice things like that that are applied to, you know, so I try to give them a little bit of credit, but there's just still some things that I don't quite understand how they did it. It kind of makes me a little frustrated. So let's turn that back off. We're not going to save this, but I just figured just shut that off to get some clarity. But anyway, at least that gives a little bit of insight, I guess, as far as what I've tried to do to be able to work with, you know, these custom crops, that we say. They also fixed the limited texture. Which one's that, Brew? In Giant's Head area, you mean? Limited texture? Oh, I think I know what you mean. This deal here. Yeah, yeah. Right. So, yeah. So for anybody that has done this at all, as far as what this limit to texture does, you know, what it's designed. So as you're painting stuff, I don't think it matters whether it's in the in any of these modes, these paint modes here, be it for foliage or what have you, you can limit it so it doesn't run into each other. I guess just to kind of put it simply. So if you're trying to paint dirt, right, you want to limit it to just that. So it's kind of like the replace feature, as far as like if you set a button up for replace, it's not going to go any lower or higher based on your replace limit, either lower or higher when you're doing terrain. That's kind of what that is. So I haven't tried using that limit to texture function yet, but from what I've seen so far with the Giants editor, I wouldn't doubt that they probably did refine that a little bit. Probably once I get into doing the actual foliages and painting more textures, I guess, on the Dairyland map, I'll probably use that more. Makes point. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Oh, we got a little bit of an ad. Cool. Alright, that's done. Yeah, I can imagine doing the paintable mobile grass would be nice. I'll definitely, once I get to that point, yeah. Trying that out. Okay. What playlist is this? Hold on a second. Techno, what are you doing to me? Let's go back to this one here. Yeah. Alright, I guess I'd already burned through that playlist. Man, how long have we been on? Wow, it's already over 2 hours. Holy smack. Time flies when you're having fun. Anywho, let's go ahead and close this out. And I guess if nothing else, what I want to do, yeah, I definitely don't want to save that. We'll be stepping on their default map. Close that out. Free up some resources. So what I do want to get into, as well as this here. So I think I'm just going to do this one little test. I'm not going to beat to death, I guess, as far as that being able to cut the alfalfa. It's probably something, little bits, you know, somewhere that I'm missing. Just not 100% sure where. I want to get into editing what I need for this to be able to apply back to this bit. So I want to use, for the majority of what you see here is what I want to use. So there's some bits in here I need to get rid of to get it toned down. So part of the only thing that I need off of what I've got loaded in Max here is just this door jamb. So I need to get rid of all the rest of this with this door jamb, because when I hide this silo base deal, I have to turn this back on. It's got that door jamb around there, so I only need that part. All the rest of it I don't need, just to kind of fill in that gap. There was a couple different ways I guess I could have went about that. I figure out if I could just maintain that door jamb off of this bit that I got in here, it'll work. And it's all reading dollar data, you know, as far as right from the game file, so I don't need any additional texture, because that would be cool. Let's see. But if you want to test the alfalfa, you could try using the default grass textures under your alfalfa to see. See, I don't think it has anything to do with the textures, right? So, because I've used grass, right, as the default block shape, I guess we want to call it, right? That's what I'm using already. That's what I don't get. It's like I should be able to interact because that's a default block shape, I guess, as far as from Giants. The only thing I've changed is just the diffuse, you know, and the LODs to comply with the alfalfa. So the texture itself shouldn't matter. I should still be able to mow it, right? Because it's based on a Giants block shape, I guess, as far as crop type. So, yeah. So just to, again, just to kind of give more clarity, this block shape that I've got for that is based on grass. This is why it kind of confuses me that I'm not able to interact it. So the texture is just for visual, right? What actually gets applied to that block shape or this crop, right? So the fact that it's showing wonky like it is, these just need to be updated to the proper parameters, I guess, as far as the you know, the fact that I can't edit these textures, you know, as far as LODs, because of that BC7 bull crap, it's kind of ticking me off, but whatever. I mean, it is what it is. That's just a little pet peeve that I got, I guess, as far as the way they've done these crop textures. Same goes with the distance and the fill planes in particular. I'm trying to work myself past that, if you will. That's why, you know, kind of showing, I guess, my displeasure for that, I guess, as far as what I stream this, because it's like, they should have made it a little bit easier to be able to apply a custom texture, even if you do use like default block shapes, I guess, as far as that are already in the game, that are already proven, I guess, to work, I guess, as far as to interact it based on how you set it up to be able to do it. You know, either direct cutter, mower, what have you. So, but just to kind of give some clarity of what this looks like for different stages. So, my stage 5, I think we'll show this. Let's open this up here. It might not open. I might have to move it out to desktop. Let's see here. That's what I thought. Alright, so let's move this out this way. Common error, this is probably a good point. So if you ever have a problem with being able to open a DDS as far as when it's buried in several subfolders, the best way to fix that, if you ever run into this issue, bring it somewhere closer. So like even on your desktop, for example. And then it'll allow to. So that DDS plugin that's by NVIDIA, for example, sometimes they have this problem when the texture you're trying to open is buried too far into several folders, like this one is. That's the only reason why I got that error. So let's, in fact, let me do this. That's a good point there. I've been meaning to make a clip of this, so anybody else can use that feature too. Fair enough. You put exclamation point clip in there of anything that you found that was useful or informative, I guess, as far as you're in a stream. You can use exclamation point clip, and what it does is it puts a timestamp on the on my end as far as through the bot. That'll tell me as far as where a clip would potentially need to be made, and I always look at those. Nobody's really used it, I guess, for a while there, but I felt that's pretty fair to mention, I guess, as far as so instead of navigating yourself away from the stream and for fear of missing something, I guess, as far as that covering, use that feature, and at least it'll give you a clue, and then that'll give me a I do tend to look at those, like I said, at post stream to see if anybody has invoked a timestamp, I guess, on the stream. But anyway, that was really good information for anybody that ever has an issue with being able to open a DDS. It helps to have it in a closer proximity as far as not buried into several folders like this one is. What I'm going to do is take this diffuse and just bring it to the desktop. So let's do this. I'll paste it here, and then we should be able to load that into our paint program, like so. That simple. So that's not the one I wanted. Crap. So I'm good. All right. It's not the one I wanted, so let's close that up. I need the one that shows my actual default momentum. I think it's 3 and 4 is what I got it set at. So let's open this diffuse, copy that, put that to the desktop, and open that one up. So here it is. So this is what that looks like. And I've used the same. Now, I don't know if there's any. This one does not have alpha channel built right into the textures because it has that separate texture. I've kind of made this abundantly clear. The way they've gone about how these textures are done is a separate alpha. So let's see if I can open that. Show you all that. That has that BC7. That requires that BC7. I think that's why that texture likes to disappear, for lack of a better way to put it, in the game, because that's not set up to the proper compression level, which is kind of a little bit. So this alpha here, copy that over to the desktop. Give you an idea of what that looks like. Now, keeping in mind this is all custom and it doesn't have the appropriate. Whoops. Does not have all the appropriate. Let's do it this way. So So here's the alpha for that same texture. So picture, if you will, that diffuse overlaid with that. I know more than likely there's an issue with this. Now I've compared to how they've done the default textures when the ones I can open, I have been shown open. I think Joe was able to do that. You know, I can see kind of how they got it, and it's something similar to this, but I know this format that I've got in, as far as the lacking of the BC7 in the header for the DDS save of it, I know that's probably why it's loading funky. But that's just texture, right? The block size for that particular crop, which is the alfalfa, is using a default grass, right? So we already know that's been proven to work in the game. So that's what I've got copied over here to my foliage, which is this i3D and shapes file. So with that being said, with regardless of the texture being not done to the proper thing, they should still be able to interact with that block shape that is the crop for grass. So that's all legit. The only thing I did with this one is just rename it. That's all I did. Yeah, so just kind of show the guts, I guess, of that i3D for that. If you were to replace the alfalfa with grass, it would all be the same. All the same structure. Okay. Okay, let's close that. So hopefully that gives a little bit more clarity of what I've done so far with trying to create a custom crop. They almost look like DEM maps, you know, as far as the alphas, right? No, obviously the DEM maps, that's obviously just for the topography, but yeah, they do look somewhat similar, yeah. So Joe is still sticking with us, cool. Appreciate you sticking around, Joe. Hopefully you get a little bit of insight anyway as far as what, yeah, anything that I'm dealing with as far as being able to get custom crops, I guess, into the map that you're trying to develop there. That's another reason why I guess I put this information out there. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna get to this in a second. What I want to do, I save this new placeable. I need to. Did I bring that over? I don't think I finished my bring that over. Let's do that. We want to get this fire department to load in dynamically, so we did adjust the file name here for Brew's suggestion there to change that to hopefully get this to load dynamically. Alright, so let's move this over. Here, let's just move this over. Alright, getting used to my scenes here. Okay, so if we move over in our maps directory here, we need to move over the placeables XML, which we saved. Copy that over to our mod directory. That's the only thing we really changed. Nothing to the map itself. And put that into our mods directory. Yep, we want to replace that. Cool. Now, two things we'll test out to see if that works. I guess as far as to see if that fire department loads in dynamically in that spot that we set it to in the placeables XML, and I want to be able to purchase that fire department in the store. That was it. We did see it populate in there. We just didn't have enough money to be able to get it. We'll have to give ourselves a little money, I guess. Let's load this. Alright, here we go. Get through all that. Now, the fact that it only has the two scenes there instead of the one for focus, it's very evident, I guess, the fact that, you know, Giants did this all in-house. Now, see how they do this here with the dynamic? I don't know if it's just on this screen. Yeah, I think it is only on that screen. I think it would be cool if we could get the preview, I guess, as far as to do that the same way. That'd be kind of awesome. Joe, coming in. VIP, you the Rock Nation. Appreciate that subscriber. You're going to get some hype in the chat. Exclamation point hype if you don't have the emotes. Otherwise, spam the emotes if you got the emotes. I think I get kicked out of your stream whenever it ad. Oh shoot. Oh, so you took care of that. That's one way to get. That's one way to get take care of that, right? It's probably those Dargon pre-rolls, right? Yeah. So if you got the emotes, spam the emotes. Yasso's showing up. There was also exclamation point hype in the chat if you want to hype it up that way. Appreciate it. Actually, I'm gonna get in on that action too. I appreciate it. I know it's a little bit annoying, I guess, as far as with the ads. Gotta love Twitch sometimes, right? But now, yeah, you definitely took care of that problem as far as not getting any more ads. Hopefully you don't get kicked out anymore. Alright, so we need to open up in a new slot. I was just talking about the having a dynamic preview, I guess, for the map. That'd be kind of cool. It's kind of wishful thinking. I need to come up with an animated emote, that's for sure. I haven't 100% decided how I want to go about that. There we go. See, Joe's not only got the subscriber emotes, but also the follower emotes. You got all of them now. Sweet. Alright, let's load this up in an empty slot. New farmer. And we want to make sure we select Dairyland 4X. Yep, want to make sure we got power tools and at least power tools. I do got this better time scale. It's really nice. I'm kind of really digging how they did that. As far as being able to scale it at different levels. You know, especially when you're doing testing. I have not tried, I guess, as far as playing through the map, I guess, with, you know, certain level seasons on it. So as we've come to know, I guess, as far as with Seasons mod, which was separate, when you time scaled too fast, it tended to step on, you know, how the crops loaded in. You know, they got wither, you know, premature wither and all that kind of jazz. So, I don't know how that is the case. So we're still getting Lua. Oh, I didn't look at that node. Son of a gun. We need to look at that node as far as what node that's referring to in there. Okay. Something else we need to do. Let's see if we can still buy this. And do we get that warning? I don't think we do. But I think Brew was right on target, I guess, as far as what needed to be placed, how we needed to word that into placeables. Yeah, so other than that node, we'll have to take a look and see what node that's referring to there. And fix that. But anyway, it is definitely related to the fire department, though. Alright, so let's load this up. Right there, and there's our fire department. Sweet. Well, it does load in here now. We figured that much out, at least, anyway. Guess we figured one thing out, anyway. I'm afraid to let my worker go because if he gets stuck, he'd sit there for hours. Or are you playing through the map there, Joe? Yeah, so our fire department does load. Here it is. It should have collision too. Yep, absolutely does. So we didn't need those collisions, so we took those out. So some of these lumps and bumps that are in here for buildings that I had in this position from the original Dairyland. So all of this topography from that. But there's our fire department. I mean, this is not where it's going to be. I just wanted to, you know, proof of concept that this is how we can do that. So that seems to be through the placeable XML if you want it to load dynamically in one position. What I want to check, can we go to store menu and look at our owned items? No owned items. Okay, so that doesn't work the same way apparently as far as, so what I wanted to see if we could actually sell this fire department that's dynamically placed. This is where it should be if that was the case. So I'm thinking that's not necessarily a thing. So you'd probably have to put it to an actual area that you own, you know, as far as farmlands go, is what I'm assuming. That's probably why that isn't showing. So the fact that we, in our placeables XML, we designed it to have that default farm property on the farm ID 1, doesn't populate that in here. But at least it does load dynamically as far as through placeables like that. That's pretty cool. Um, nah, it looks like a motocross track. Oh, you talking about my topography in the map? Yeah. I mean, that's probably fair for that. Yeah, that's probably fair. Just click out of that. Yeah, so kinda, I guess it does. Motocross. Got the little whippy doos in here. Yeah, so eventually I want to get to the point where we start getting some more like the roads and stuff like in here. Like this is not going to stay. This mud, animal mud, that's just my grid system here. It's kind of a way to be able to navigate around in GE as far as you know, developing the PDA and such. That's all that's for. This is not going to stay in here. Oh man, does this stuff actually look like mud? It's actually got footprints in it. Look at that. So does our character actually leave footprints? That's freaking crazy. Our character actually leaves footprints. That's freaking nuts. Or is that just built into the texture? No, I think that's... Our character is actually leaving footprints. That's freaking nuts. Wow, that's some pretty slippery mud too. Anyway, so we still don't have this. So the fact that it does show in here, just to confirm again, it's alfalfa. Now, if we go look at this way, I'm gonna try buying that fire department here in a second. Store in the build mode. Oh, it's actually, whoa. That shouldn't be there. Interesting. So object. Huh? Why is this leaving an icon? That shouldn't be leaving an icon. We gotta look and see how that's going on with that. Interesting. This actually leaves an icon. We can't visit it. Yeah. So we need to not show this in PDA. I guess that might be something we'll have to put in that too, so to not show in PDA. Yeah, that's all that is. It's trying to show an icon here. So there's no store image, just an empty store image on that. So that's to be expected. So what I wanted to look at here on this field, we can see that it is set up for alfalfa, even through here, right? And if we look at, so it's actually, because I do have it painted as grass, these two fields here are grass. These are actually set up for baling missions too. That confirms whatever that we do have it painted as such, and we do have it we do own it as far as right off default, so that shouldn't be an issue. We don't get any errors or messages as far as saying we don't own this land, so that's not an issue. So there's still some bit that I'm missing, I guess, as far as to be able to actually mow that. I don't know what it is. Somewhere, sometime we'll get that. So you can see the overview. That's the placeholder, I guess, as far as for the overview of the map. All of these areas here, like I was showing in Giants Editor, these are the field definitions. As far as when I rendered the field definitions into the GE, that's what these represent. That's what all those. So the fact that none of the actual fields are painted yet, the only one that is painted, as far as the terrain detail, is Field 1. These areas still show based on that field definition. That's what you're seeing here. So if you look through all these menus, that needs to be plowed. So we can see all the 4X's obviously being, if you go to farmlands, I'm going to show you how I got this done. So you can see the individual farmlands. We want to, hold on. Wait, why is it not giving me that? Hold on. Oh, there it goes. I was like, why is it not lighting up? All of this out here, I think I left it unpurchasable for the time being. So I know Brew and his 4X of Elm Creek, he made that whole extra space, I guess, as far as for the 4X viable as one big chunk. It was something like 75 million. Maybe Brew can clarify that. I was like, that's crazy. As far as the way that, and that's totally adjustable in the Farmlands XML, as far as how much you want the base price for all the fields, for all the purchasable land areas to be. 75 million though for that whole expanse, I guess, of the 4x area, I guess, as far as to be. I did set up this, you know, for the extension, you know, of the standard map as non-purchasable for now. That's the only reason why it's not allowing me to light that up. I can change that easily in the Farmland XML to be able to be purchasable. And we can confirm that, I guess, as far as with the Farmlands XML. Just in case anybody was wondering. So these lands here, let's get out of this map over. Back to Farmland. So these are the areas that you start off with. You start off with the where the dairy factory is, production. Because that's from the original FS19 Dairyland map. All of this, as far as where's Field 1, stores right here, right across the street, is United Cooperative, which is a sell point, and then the industrial park. And that's only to get those. Now I don't know how it works with these productions built into Giants. You know, I don't know yet. I guess as far as if this is required, this I'll have to look into too. If it is required to have that, if you want those to start with the map right away to be able to use those productions, do they have to be on a purchased land? Still yet to be checked out yet, but alright, so the other thing I want to look at while we're in here, don't forget that, I'm going to go into the build mode and see if we can purchase that that fire station. So let's go to build mode, which is right here. Go to construction. Well, we need to get ourselves some money. That's what we need to do. I got to set that up to 100. I should have probably put a lesser amount, I suppose. But yeah, we'll just give ourselves some money. Oh, okay. Let's give ourselves some money. So we'll load it up. Our hotkey as far as for power tools, and we need to give ourselves some money. Add remove money. Yes, please. Let's do. I don't know. Sounds good. Give us $500,000. Just for testing, right? Cool beans. Alright, let's go back to the store. Build mode. Construction. Now, we should be able to scroll through here on decoration. All the way to the end here. It should load up. Oh, snap. No, it's not in here. Oh, it's under others. My bad. So we got decoration, fences, lights, and then others. That's what we got it set under. Well, there it is right there. I don't have a picture for it yet. Just an empty image, but here it is. Collides with player. Okay, cool. Set it somewhere where it's not colliding with the player. Let's put it right next to this one. How about that? See how this works. Land is not owned. Okay, that's fair. Let's put it in some land that we own. We own this land. Let's rotate it. Why you know rotate? Hello? Why you know rotate? That rotates. Hello? Oh, it's missing. Oh, okay. So I gotta take note of that. It's missing object. I did put that in the mod desk for the map, so apparently it doesn't read that. I'll have to take a look at that too. I mean, it's just a little fine-tuned thing. Why can't I rotate this darn thing? What is happening? Why you no rotate? Hello? Does this not have rotation in this thing? It should. Anyway, I don't know why it won't rotate. Hello? N and M? How the heck did that change? Used to be Q and E is for this. Doesn't even show it in the control. That's what's kind of weird. It used to be in the controls to be able to use the arrow keys, for example. Weird. That's a little different. Definitely not N and M. Usually have to use your controller. Haven't had to use that with any other object, so let's here, hold on. Let's go to a different object. Why you don't rotate the object? Oh, this is crazy. Alright. Well, that's super sad. Giants, you need to fix this. We can rotate with arrow keys or something. I'm sure there's probably something in the button mapping. Interesting, though. Alright, we don't want that. Let's go back to this. But I gotta figure out what it's causing. That's super annoying. Can't rotate. Anyway, let's put it right there. Not where I want it, but whatever. Have to figure out. Is there anything in the button mappings, I guess, for that? I don't remember having that problem before, I guess, as far as been able to place and rotate stuff, I guess, as far as with the arrow keys. Let's see here. Let me look in here. So, keyboard. Build mode. That's not even the right one. That's just P, I thought. Interesting. So what do we use for rotate? That's all we got for build mode, is this? I don't remember this being an issue. That's all I know. The heck? I know I've been able to rotate items in the build mode before, so I don't know what the heck changed. Let's see here. Middle mouse? Maybe that was it. Yeah, maybe that was it. I don't see it in here, though. Kind of weird. Yeah, maybe that did what it showed in the F1 deal. How do you say that? Let me try it again. We got enough money. Let's do this. Go with that. Direction. Maybe that's what it was. I think. It doesn't really show middle mouse button in any of this, though. It just shows left and right, I guess. I don't know. Anywho, let's see if we can place another one. Decoration, others. I'm gonna put a bunch of these down. Can we do middle mouse? That'll let you pan. Rotate camera. It's still not rotating the actual object. That just lets you pan this way. So I can do that with Q and E. Oh, there it goes. So you got to do right mouse. Gotcha. Okay. Knew it was something. Nailed it. All right, it's right on that axis there. Whee! All right, cool. So yeah, it's right mouse. Left mouse is to set it down. Sweet. All right, cool. Figured that out. Yeah, middle mouse will let you pan around, so it's kind of a bypass using Q and E, which is kind of nice. As far as being able to pan around this way. Well, what I don't like is why it locks. I can't go like to the horizon. It's kind of annoying. It kind of leaves it in the top down. So that part is kind of funky to me, but yeah, not being able to go to the horizon, I guess, as far as like that, it just focuses on whatever object. It's kind of weird. Anywho, so now we got a couple of placed fire departments too, so we can do it both ways now. And let's check our, holy smokes, it definitely did some terrain edit there. Check it out. Let's see how we did on this. I just kind of loosely did, yeah, I need some help on the leveling areas and that, but yeah, didn't even bother on this end. Majority of the building's kind of buried, so yeah, the level areas, the clear areas still need to be fixed there a little bit, but there it is. There's that one, and then this one over here. That was the one over there that we dynamically loaded based on our map coordinates. Yeah, so it definitely looks consistent that the leveling and clear areas need to be fixed a little bit. It does do some initial clearing of the terrain here, but needs a little bit of help as far as the placement of those nodes for that, but no problem. Yep, definitely one of them, right? As far as being able to rotate around. So I think that is a little bit different than it was in 19. So you used to be able to use arrow keys on the keyboard. So now you can use right mouse. Yeah, so this is the dynamically placed one. Cool, so we got a couple different things. So at least we got that much figured out. So now if nothing... Oh crap, I forgot to turn the save feature off. Son of a gun. Always usually like to make it... No, I don't like saving those tests there. Don't need them. Usually as you applying new items to that, you don't need it anyway. It's all old news. Yeah, we'll go like this. We'll go out. Nope. Got wrong. I want to leave. Thank you. There we go. Quit. And I'll be sure, I guess, to delete that save game. I don't want that. Don't want that. Let's go back in here real quick. Actually, yeah, I can go that when we go back in there later. All right, so let's get in and do some little bit of modeling here. That's the next thing I want to go over. Okay, let's switch over. Yes, good. A little bit of a delay on the stream, but cool. Yeah, they don't have the height adjustment either in the build mode. Yeah, as far as the like grid snap and all that, as far as, yeah, I noticed that too. So it totally seems to be relying upon those nodes that you put in the actual model, you know, as far as in Giants Editor. So the clear areas, leveling, and all that, it seems to be 100% reliant on that. Definitely need to just do a little bit of tweaking on that. Oh, shoot, I forgot. We gotta load up that, what node was that was giving us a Lua? Take a look at that real quick here. So, log, let me switch it. We need to take a look at that in the log. Where are log? Log. Expand that out and see what that error. So it gave us a specific node. A little bit of a problem. That node. Okay, so it's 03023. And it's the same one. Both errors, okay. So let's look at that node and see what that's all about. Switch this back over again. So I got this on this screen so I can reference that. Let's take a look at. There we go. Let's look at that XML. Actually, we need to look at the actual model in GE. Let's load that back up. Okay. Placeables. Fire department. So cool. I'm kind of feeling pretty good, I guess, about being able to get the fire department to load both dynamically and being able to purchase it in the store. Even though it needs a little bit of work on the placeable in the store, I mean, that's to be expected. I kind of really loosely designed, I guess, as far as those particular nodes in the actual model and scene graph. So, alright, we need to go. Nope, not there. Go here. Dairyland, maps, and placeables, and fire department. Cool. So there's our model. Let's get rid of that. Let's see where this node's at. So it's 03023. 02. So it's this visuals here. So what do we got here? 03. So we're looking at, we're in 030. We need 03023. Oh, you know what? It might be these attachments. Huh? There is no 03023. Okay, so that's probably why it's saying you can't find it, because it's not here. So it only goes up to 0301. So the fact that it's trying to find, so it must be something with the XML. And I did borrow that, I guess, fars from one of the farmhouses. That's probably fair. So 03023. This one right here, which is the interior Self-illume. That's why it's set. So where that being called for up here? It's probably in the lights. There is. Oh, we can just comment that out. That'll get rid of that problem. So this was based on the farmhouse that I use this XML for. We don't need this node because we don't have that node in our actual farter. So let's comment it out. That's easy enough. Now you can take the approach of ours just chunked it out. Somewhere down the road, if I tend to tweak on, I guess, on displaceable, because it is kind of rudimentary put together. I guess for now I might want to use that node. So that's why I don't delete it out. I'll just comment it out. I might come back to it once I get to the point where I find that I'm not going to need it. Then I'll go ahead and clean up the XML and just chunk it out. That's my approach. This, just in case anybody was wondering. So we only need to comment this one line out, like so, and we'll get rid of that error. I'm going to also take the approach of commenting out this i3D mapping, even though this is already commented out, which is referring to that i3D mapping. I'm just going to do it down here too, so I know that those two go together. Let's do this. Come on, playlist. Yes. Always seems to stop on that one. Alright. We having fun yet? I know I am. I'm definitely having some fun. I hope you're having fun. Whoops. My bad. So we need to go here. Comment this up. Okay, so now we're good on that. So we shouldn't have that error anymore. Cool. Alrighty then. Now we can get back and doing some modeling. Wanted to get a little bit of modeling in here, just first to show method of the madness on that. What's that, Yasso? Mainly because I'm watching and not stressing about. Huh? What did I miss something there? Alright, let's see. Make sure we get this saved. Oh, having fun. Okay, gotcha. Right, I'm with you now. I'll save that. So that should save that right in our map directory. Cool. We got a lot of XMLs open here, but we could refer. So everything that I've got in here, as far as from here this way, is all related to our actual map. Anything over here is all default stuff, just in case anybody's wondering. So this is related to the FS19 Dairyland. These are some default XMLs that are in the game for different stuff. So we can just getting some clarity, I guess, as far as this is for this is for default Dairyland. Yep. This one is. These are all default game XMLs. These are. I can probably close this here for now. I still think we're probably missing something between the fruit types and the fill types to get that to be able to get mobile. Don't know. We'll go ahead and close these for now, though. Didn't make any changes to that. Ooh, let the dogs out. Brew, 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 brew. Catch up there, mustard. Right. I know there's a little bit of delay on chat and stream and stuff like that, so sometimes it gets lost in translation, I suppose. Ooh, let the dogs out. Brew, 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 brew. Okay. Anyway, we don't need that. Let's do some modeling. I was saying. So all I need to do is isolate it down to just this door jam here. I don't need any of this other business going on with it. So let's do that. I don't know if I want to do this vertex level or poly level. We're going to initially try. I think we're going to go poly level. Right that way. Do drag select like so. Let's see what we get. As long as we don't highlight the actual door jamb, be in good shape. Just the door jamb is all I need. Oh, boom. Yeah, let's just go this way and we'll get a majority of this chunk out of here, and then we'll just get the bulk of that out of here, like so. That way we can just slide it on this. Cool. Now we can focus on that. Oh shoot, we got all this on. Don't need any of that. Yep, we'll get rid of that as well. Yes, we can. Cool. Now, what other bits we got here? So we got a door handle, which I don't think we need that. Let's take a look at the original model here. I think we need that. Let's take a look. So let's turn the visibility back on for that. Oh, we got a door handle. Oh, we do got a door handle on it. Probably do want to keep that then. Okay. Do that. No problem. These other bits we don't need though, so we got something left of the railing. Yeah. Whoa. We'll be doing that. That out. Yeah, looks like we need the threshold. Don't need this bit. I really need more desk space. This is for... So, do we need... Oh, go to vertex. Well, I don't think we need these little pointy bits here. Get those off of there. There we go. That should do it. Yeah, that should do it. Alright, so if we go back to our model here with that populated in. Yep, that should do it. Cool. Now, what I'm going to do is leave this in position. So we're not going to zero it out, for example. I could probably do that. I can still manually put that into place. I'm going to try it initially just keeping it in its original position, or as a translate, and go from there. We're going to see how that works out for us. If it don't, then I'll zero it out, and I can, because it's such a small piece, shouldn't have a problem being able to get that position where I want it on the model here. That's the idea, at least, anyway. Where do I got this texture pointed to? I think it's on the desktop. Let me double check that. Yep. There it is. It is pointed to the desktop. So I'll probably have to change that because I want it to read from the default files. And I can get that location based on what is in here. So what this location is, say like right here. I'll be able to change that directory, I guess, as far as once I export this out through Max. Where is my translate? It is... Right there. Okay, cool. I'm gonna leave it there. Yep, just like I said, that's gonna be ground plane there. I guess as far, so if I set this to 0 on this here, should put it in theory in the same spot. If that doesn't work out the way I'm liking it to, I'll just go ahead and zero this completely out. World 0, and I can just place this manually in Giants Editor here. We'll see what it turns out this way though. Alright, I think what I will do is change this to silo door. That's all basically we got there. Alright. Let's redo the X form at least anyway, since we did remove quite a bit of that. I'll reset X form, reset select. Yep, right there, cool. What I'm looking for is that it's got a nice tight group around just that door jamb. Nothing's out of wonk there, so that's good. We'll collapse that down. Voila. Voila, at least for now. Until we can, I'm hoping this will, once I export it out, when I bring it in back into the model, it should put it right into position. Hopefully. Hopefully. So let's do export. So this does require the use of, just like in Blender, as far as an i3D exporter. It's a plugin. You can get it much the same as like for Blender. So I think I'm going to export this out right to, yeah. So we'll go here, here, map assets. We'll go to Creek, and we'll put it as an i3D export. Okay. And we're going to put it right here. Silo door. That as an i3D. Pizza, huh? Oh yeah, pizza yesterday. I don't know what I'm gonna have today. Haven't really given that much of a thought. Pizza sounds good though. Is it just pepperoni? What kind of pepperoni? What kind of pizza? Let's see. We exported that. Now it should have put it into. Gotta back it up here. Should have put it right. Whoa, not there. Here. Concrete. And there it is. There's our silo door. So now what I need to check is the where the texture is pointed to. I gotta change that. And the way I do that, edit that. So we don't want this. Right? So we want to point this to game files. I want to paint. So that's where we get it from Giants Editor. Yeah, so we need to point it to this. So we got a dollar data basically. Maps US. Okay. Should still have this loaded up here, so we should here. So it's in dollar data. Wait, no, my bad. Wait, I forgot it again. Data maps US texture. Data maps. Okay. That's what I thought. I had it right. Data maps US textures. And we'll have a railroad. Just making sure it's in here. I initially have it not point it to this here, which I probably could have, but again, in an effort, I guess to kind of keep things, closer. We got a pizzeria? What the heck? Get out of here. Is that a production? Oh man, we're gonna be checking that out sometime. That should be this one right here, right? Check. Storage 0102. Okay, 0102. So that's going to be this one right here. So that texture is in here. So this is the directory that I need. Okay, so we got to do this. The only thing we'll have to do is once we slap this onto our edit of the i3D, add the dollar to data. Plus, we'll also have to change the direction of the backslashes. I could have saved myself a lot of time if I would have pointed this right to the default texture, as far as in Max. Absolutely. But it's very easy, I guess, to, in my opinion, I guess, as far as to just edit it, as far as to make sure that your texture, where it's pointing to, even the new piece that we exported, is pointing to where you want it to get it from. We don't want it to. We don't want to have to put that texture in our map. We want it to read what's already in the game. And that's what we just done right here. So dollar data maps US textures. That's where that texture is. We confirm that. Save that. Close it. And then we're going to import this model into here. So I think what I am going to do is turn this visibility off. Go. So it's still in here. It's just not showing. Let's do import and navigate to where we save that i3D. Stop. App assets. Here, and there's our silo door. Yeah, so the only thing it's telling me is it's an old shapes file. So that exporter that I've got for Max is for 19. But the fact that it still will work, it'll just give you the initial warning that it's an old shapes file. So once we get this into place and we save it in Giants 9, Giants Editor 9, it'll remove that. So there are still some things we can use from 19. They do have plugins for newer versions of Max, so newer than the version that I have. This is kind of my workaround as far as being able to do that. So there are some things like from 19 that we can still use, which is kind of nice in a way. Alright, so we need to cut this. It is set to 0. In theory, that should be good. I need to take the rigid body off it, though. We already have rigid body in our... yeah, we don't need it. Let's put it that way. So take that out. Make sure we've got all of that. Cool. So it initially does load in this here. I'll probably have to add the gloss and the normal. Not a problem. We can get that once we get this into place here. So cut that and put that in this same transform. Okay, it does not put it in a position like I was hoping it would. It put it, where did it put it? Right there. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm not even gonna, I don't like this. I don't like having the transform out like that. I see that way too much against other mods, other models. So in an effort, I guess, to put this gizmo, I guess, as far as where it needs to be, I'm going to set this here to 0. And then when I export it, it'll have this gizmo right on top of that, and I'll just place it manually. That's what I wanted, so at least. Test confirm. Didn't work, so we're just going to do it. Okay, so let's do that. We're going to go ahead, back pivot, centered object. Okay. Then we're going to take that now, that pivot now. There, we're going to 0 this out. Just like that. Now when we export it out there, this gizmo will be right on top of the door jamb. And we'll just be able to position that manually. It actually will be kind of nicer that way. And we can adjust it the way we want it. Okay, so let's make a new. Yeah, so while I'm at it, since I've already shown that method, I guess as far as where, you know, having the texture on the desktop, not having it in the right in the game files, I can change that right here. I can go into my material editor. Right now I've got it on desktop. So what I'm going to do is point it actually to that same file in the game directory, so that way I don't have to do that edit to the i3D. I just wanted to show the two different ways that you can go about it. But always ensure, I guess, as far as that your texture's pointed in the proper location. I guess that's the main point, the main takeaway from that. Okay, games on Steam. 22. Data. Maps. Maps US. Textures. It should be right in here. Railroad 0102 diffuse. 01 02 diffuse right there. Right now. So go ahead and load that up. And we'll make sure we go ahead and apply it. Make sure that's going to read that texture from that directory. Just to confirm here. Yep. Domains. Texture is applied to it. Now when I export this out, I'll have it. The only thing I'll have to probably change is it'll initially show me as program files, blah blah blah. I'll still have to edit the i3D, but at least it'll be generally in the same location. So it still will require to do an i3D edit in Notepad++ in this case. But just to show the different ways that you always have to make sure that that location is where it needs to be. So we need to export this. Same file. I'm just gonna go right over top of this one. Now we'll go ahead and edit that i3D. Same way we did before. And it's gonna have the whole freaking, yeah, see? So we just gotta edit it down. Only thing really you gotta get down to is where it goes to the data. Take all this out. Just put the dollar in front of it. Like so. This is what we consider what's called dollar data. Dollar data. So dollar data, maps, maps US, textures, and there's texture. Save that one. Boom. And then import that model. Alright, silo door. Yep, the only warning we got is for the old shapes file. No errors for the texture. That's good. Put that in here. Now what'll happen is this gizmo for the translate will be right on top of the actual model. Hey, what the heck? Oh, you know what I didn't do? I know what I didn't do. I didn't change the X form. Yep, this is what happens when you don't reset the X form to the model. So even though I set it to 0 like that, I forgot to reset the X form. I need to do that. That's easy fix. Alright, so let's go back to max. Alright, so with this selected, my hammer, set X form, reset selected. There. Now it should be good. Now I probably could have zeroed it out there. I think I already took it out. I could have probably zeroed it out. It might have been fine, but as far as even maybe in a freeze transform, I can fix it all through here, so that's why I do that. Alright, so let's do clamp stall. Now it should be. Let's do another export. Silo door. Yes, please. Okay, now we gotta edit that again. Spank all that out. And do a dollar dip. Go. Save that. Lose it. Re-import it. Just that simple. Alright, now it should be. There it is. Now it's all set with just by resetting the X form on it. Now we can go ahead and set this one. So let's get it in this transform. Let's put it up to where that original base stuff was. Probably not that critical, but just to kind of keep it somewhat the same as it was. Now we can just manually put this. Oh, interesting. We did not get. Hold on. Hello? That, oh, you know what? I had a building array to it. Hold on a second. Might have to apply that too. Just a second. This original deal had a. Crap. All right. Let me try and put this. Yep, I forgot about that. Building shader. Okay, and it's got a custom parallax. Hopefully that didn't step on that. That would be a good. This would be a good test to see if it did. Let's see here. Oh, sausage and pepperoni. Nice. That sounds good. All right, let's do our gloss map and all that good stuff. So that one was. All right, let's apply the same thing to this one. Come on, there you go. All right, we gotta go to game files. Maps. S. Jaws. A lot of files in here. That's pretty. Railroad. Storage 0102. This is going to be specular. 0102 specular. Okay. Alright, and then we need a normal map. So normal map. Let's go check it out on this one here. Oh, nothing on the shot. The first one I think it's even attempted to do that there, yeah, so. What's the normal? 0102 normal. Oh, he's scolding him and got it. I was like, what? What are you winning? What did you win? It's pretty fair. Alright, so let's point to that. So we need the normal. I don't know if I got tangents on this thing. If I don't have tangents on the whole. I know why if this doesn't apply. 102. Oh. That's what I thought. Gotta put tangent on this here. No problem, we can just do that. Oh, and then we'll try and reapply that. Okay, so let that work. Now we gotta put the oh, it's still got rigid body on it. We gotta take that off. Don't need that. Yeah, so the part of the reason why it's probably not showing the texture on there is it needs a building shader onto it. Now we gotta go this way. Make sure it's pointing the right one. We need building shader. That's what I thought. Son of a biscuit. That's what I freaking thought. Okay, I got another idea then. Yep. That's what I figured was going to happen, so that's not going to apply that. Because of the way I did that in Max. So. Yep, it's not going to do it. Alright, so I got another idea. I'm going to do this a little bit different way. Not going to use that, I'm going to texture it my own way, let's put it that way. Yeah, I was hoping to maybe, this is going to be my first foray in understanding as far as how these custom parallaxes work with the building shader. Obviously doesn't want to work with the older i3D exporter. It might just come down to where I'll have to get the more current i3D exporter, which is going to require, I guess, a newer version of Max and or Blender for that matter. So haven't gotten that far yet. Okay. So because it's just a little piece here, I can probably, I don't need that texture necessarily referring to it. I could probably still use that to map it and not use the building shader, and I think that's what I'll try and do. So what I can do, for example, I can apply a UV unwrap based on this texture, and I can see where it's mapped. So let's apply the texture. See where that's at. Way down here. Holy smokes. Alright, so we can change this. What I want to do is move this whole group here up to the actual texture here. We might have to tile it. We'll tile the texture just to kind of see where that's all going on. Okay. Let's do that. Let's do a tile of the texture. So let's do display. Shoot. Options. Preferences. There we go. We need to tile this thing. Tile the bitmap. Go. We need to go. How many tiles do we want? Let's do like 6. Tile this a few times. There we go. So when we move these bits here, all in one chunk, we'll be able to know where those are reading to. Oh man, we got bits way over here too, looks like. What the heck? Okay. But anyway, that should give you somewhat of an idea where everything is mapped. As far as this is the majority of the door frame, which is on this brown looking color. This is probably the door handle. And this over here, I don't know what this is, but it's in this gray part here. So all we want to do, we'll go into poly mode in this here. Select all of that. We want to move it as one unit over to the main grid here. And what I'll probably end up doing is kind of condensing it down to just this this blue grid. That's our ground zero, I guess, as far as for our texture. I don't want to change the orientation of this. All I want to do is move it so that it's more into this area. That will remove the necessity as far as to have the building shader. Yeah, so instead of having it all spread out here like this. Okay. You just go there. Is that for the bot, that drink, or is it for you? Technically, I only... one fluid because of... oh, yeah. So you net it out, yeah. Technically, yeah. But, hey, a win's a win. Alright, so here's all the bits that we got here. We need to get all these bits as close to this area as possible. So we can potentially eliminate that necessity for needing the building shader. That's really about the only reason why I need the building shader, is because this thing is so spread out. So the only way for the texture not being in this ground zero area, that building shader is needed, I guess, to say where is it located in here. And this is what's part of custom parallax. That's part of it, at least, anyway. It's not entirely all of that. The other part of the custom parallax is it gives it depth, as far as, like, you know, probably a lifted, you know, material, you know, as far as, like, it's probably like a galvanized type of issue, I guess, going on there. That's the other part of the custom parallax. So that's something that's brand new with 22 that I haven't 100% been able to figure out, I guess, as far as with at least this version of Max anyway. I don't want to get too technical with it, but this is part of what is involved with doing that. And there's ways to get around using the parallax, especially with this such a small piece that I'm working with here. So again, these are all of our little bits that we need to get into this this area, but I want to keep them relatively where they originated from. So in this green, kind of olive green looking area, put that somewhere in the same area. Actually, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to do that either. Oh. Probably put it down here. Yeah, so we'll probably be able to put it down here. Let's do that. So we'll move this. Oh, crap. Did that wrong. It's kind of a small group here. Let's do that. There. zoom in a little bit. This is some small bits here. Holy crap. Just the main thing is we want to put it roughly the same area that it was here. So this is already repeated above this grid. So that's on the bottom here. So the fact that that's outside there, that's just the bottom. Here's that's where we're seeing it in our ground zero grid here as far as this blue box. Trying to keep it as simple terms as possible, but all right. So these bits here, we can just move it to the corner. Yeah, as long as they're all in this grid. Cool. And these bits can go up here. Might have to close these in. Don't want to rescale them if I can, but I'm required to have to do in order to get it within this box here. Crunching that down. Might change the scaling of that a little bit, but so they'll still get it textured. Okay. How do we look here? So I don't think that's a good spot. At this point here, we can just kind of change how we see fit. Okay. Yeah, so this door jamb was, wait a minute. Screwed up something. That was originally in... That's still taking max, cool. Alright, so I screwed up somewhere. I need to put... Let's keep this in view here. Oh, I think I'm looking at this backwards is what I'm... Okay. These bits here all need to be in this dark area. These all need to be up here. This group. See that how that's all lit up. I mean, I can change it to whatever I want. And I'll actually at this point, as long as it's all within this blue bounding box. That might not be too bad right there. This might work. Yep, I think this will work. I do believe that'll work. Cool. Let's double check this up here. Yeah, I think that'll work. We'll go with that. Go ahead and collapse this down. They're satisfied. Okay. It's now retextured. Now we shouldn't need to use that building shader. So that does have the door on it, right? Still? Yeah. So the door is still there. We just needed the jam in the door handle. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and re-export that. We didn't change anything in the model other than the UV mapping, so just go ahead and edit, export it out. This says this. We'll write that one. Yep. And we'll have to edit the texture directory. Yep. There we go. Go ahead and save that. Close that out. Now we can re-import it. We're gonna get rid of this one. Okay, just that old shapes. That's good. But I'm not the bot. I wouldn't want to be scolded by. Right? That's the last resort to the bot. Is all. Okay. Yeah, and then you bought it a drink, so you scolded it and bought it a drink. There you go. So, our texture. So what I might have to do as well, I might have to change the material name. Kind of figured this would happen too, because it's still trying to read that same material name that's already applied to this piece, which is requiring, that material name is requiring the building shader. I think that's the other thing I'm going to have to do. Otherwise, I'm going to continue to get this issue. I'm going to continue to get that issue with it not wanting to show the texture. Alright, so let's do that. We can easily do that right in Max again. So we'll go ahead and chunk that out. Let's go to our material editor and just change the name of this material. We're going to just put it as silo door mat. Very simple. Yes, please. We're going to call it silo door mat. I can also do it this way too. So do use camel lettering, as far as a combination of lower and uppercase. Let's do it this way too. Silo door. Now when it exports out, it'll have a different material name, so when I bring it in there, it's not gonna call to this original piece here. I named it exactly as that material name, and that one, this one here, this material name is actually requiring this building shader, which I don't want to use anymore. Okay, we'll export that out that way. I can also, without doing it through Max, I'll kind of show this here. You can also edit that material name right here in the i3D. When you go here to change your texture, you can also change that material name right here as well. So either in the modeling program itself, like I just did there, or right in here in Notepad++, so you can change it here as well. A lot of cases that will require, I guess, to be done so that it doesn't try to inherit the properties of an already existing material name, especially with this one requiring that building shader. Alright, so let's save that. Alright, so you import that. How did we initially turn out here? Should all be there now. There we go. Yep. Cool. Almost looked like the door handle texture, part of the texture wasn't shown, but let's cut that. Let's transform. Go. Oh, I think I know what it's doing now. So I got it in this. Oh, shoot. Are you kidding me? Because I got it in this LOD. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Interesting. I wonder why it's still doing that. Probably because of this. Huh. I'll be damned. That's new. Let's see. Yeah, somehow it's inheriting, I guess, this main transform here, as far as what's going on with LODs. So we got the fact that we got the 2 different levels here, and it's got this tab for LOD. That's what's affecting this. That's a bummer. Okay. If nothing else, what I could do is put this in a different transform altogether. Not put it into, that would be kind of weird, but it's a workaround. Let's see. Yeah, I think that might be what I'll end up doing. So what I'll end up doing is just putting it out. Well, that's not even going to matter because this main transform's got a LOD. That sucks. I'm just wondering. There's not going to be any way for me to get rid of this LOD. That's a little bit new, I guess, as far as for... Interesting. Wait, did I put that in the wrong one? I think I did. Let's try to put it in. Yeah, let's try it in LOD 0. I think that's the one I want. I don't know if it'll make a difference though. That's not where I put it. Yeah, I think it's going to do the same thing no matter what. Oh, nope, there we go. So I guess LOD 0 is where I need to put it. Okay. Alright. Put it in that level. Just had it in the wrong LOD. Good to know. Alright, now we can just put that in place. Now, I do notice there's some bits in here that I want to get rid of that eventually too. Oh wow, I just noticed, yikes, I need to adjust that. Hold on, I need to stream edit here. Joe came in with that subscriber there and I just noticed my, numbers there for, holy crap, I need to fix it. Why didn't anybody tell me? Oh my goodness. Hey, where the heck did it? Oh, there it is. That one. That one right. There it is. We'll get it fixed. Hello? Whoa. Oh, don't break on me. There we go. That's better. That's good enough for now. Cool. That was kind of crowded, so. Yep, all that. It was all kind of squished together because I've been in the single digits for subs there. I haven't had any reason to have to adjust that. Being the double digits. Yeah, it was definitely fine to single digit. When we get into double digits, it tends to crowd up. I think you have to adjust that. Alright, so we got it fixed. That's cool. Alright, so we got our... It's into place now. What the heck are we listening to? Technoax, what are you doing? Alright, nice. Hold, please. We gotta go here and go back. Burning through all these playlists here. There we go. That's more like it. Two bites. Alright, let's get our door jam here. And so we need to be up here. Yeah, so that obviously does make a difference which LOD you put it in here. So if you ever run into these here, sometimes it might require us to try the other LOD level. There's different levels of detail. That's basically what LOD is. From different distances, it shows different amounts of detail. Actually, you got cast shadow. We do need to remove it. There's a body from this too. There we go. Oh, must be too far this way. Yep. We get it fingered out. Okay, so we got the door handles now. There we go. All that work for this little bit here, huh? It'll look better though. Better than not having gaps all the way around that door, huh? Okay. That down. Go that way down. There we go. Little veins. Looks pretty good. I might just leave this to diffuse on it and not worry about the specular and the... I think we'll try and probably put it on there just to see, but I don't think we'll need them. Over to the left. Oh, actually, right. And we're lining it up to the actual door. The door is actually a separate piece. Gotta go up on that, not down. There we go. Pretty decent. Dig it. Now let's see if we can apply these speculators. So we're still using the textures right from the, just rename the material. Now that we got into the proper LOD, don't need that building shader. Lost map. And it should, nope, point to that. Okay. Data. Maps. Map PS. Sure. This one's the specular. Railroad 0102. Specular. 0102. Okay. Seem to have hurt it any. I do need to set it up on tangent so we can put the normal on. Alright, and then we need the normal. Zero 0102 normal. There we go. There's a little bit of funky thing here on the threshold. Did I get a gap there yet? What's up with that? That's reasonable. That's definitely reasonable. Cool. Alrighty then, so we got our door handle and door jam, I guess, on our door. I wouldn't want to walk out of that door now, I guess. That'd be a hell of a landing. But now we got some bits out here. So I think that's something with the collisions there. Yep. We're gonna have to edit that, I think. I'm not even 100% sure. I see what to do. We might have to edit this collision to get rid of these bits here. Yeah, especially this right here. What I was trying to get to as well is, what is this bit here? Yeah, so we can export this collision shape and edit that too in Max. Get rid of all this right here especially. That is going to serve as our rigid body. Okay, so here, where's that at? Where is that at? Yes. Decals. That's those there. Huh. Here. Okay. Yeah, so technically in this one here, in this level, we don't need this piece here anymore. Be removed. That's what we edited out of this silo door here. We don't need this piece here. That was the whole point of doing that. Trying to find where this is at. Looks like both of these need to be edited here. Includer mesh and this collision for sure. We need to get these bits out of here. That's what we edited out. Let's go ahead and export that out as an ODJ. Let's put that into put it in here. Actually, hell with it. We'll put that right to the desktop. All this collision. So this will be able to load right into Max here. So we're done with this. Don't need that anymore. Let's reset that. Nope, don't need that anymore. We got it into our model. Import. We need to import this collision. Yes, please. Now it's going to be oversized, so we got to rescale it for. That's normal. Throw it out. Okay, so now we can immediately tell what bits we need to get edit out of this thing. So that right there and this platform there. Let's convert this to an editable poly. And I'm going to do this by face. Polygon. That. Take that out. Well, this is going to be fun. This little tube. Oh, I'm leaving our jam in there, obviously. We got a little bit right there. There we go. All we needed. Now, we need to apply a material to this here. Was a material name, so that material name to this was okay, standard Lambert, and then we can just a gray color. So we can bring up our material. Oh crap! One material editor. This sphere. Standard. All this a Lambert. And just go ahead and apply that color. Cool. So at least that material is applied. So that's just the standard gray material. Now we can export that out as an i3D. Right, we'll put it in there, yep. Work. Cool. That should be right in here. Yep, right now. So this one doesn't really have any need to adjust the texture coordinates because it's just a diffuse color, or is it gray? We should be able to load that right into our model. And just apply the appropriate rigid body and such as far as static collision. That should be it. Import it in. Okay, so there it is initially, so I just got to get it in a position. Now, I don't think... Oh, shoot, I forgot to do rigid body. Now we can do it in here. This is one thing that'll happen when you don't... also, what'll happen with... without resetting the X form, is you get this scaling glitch. There's a way to fix that in here. You can just do freeze transformation, scale, reserve instances, and apply. It'll set it to 1. That's one way to do it. Otherwise, do it right in the modeling program gets as far as to reset the X form. Okay. What was that? Now, I don't think... Yeah, so this one does have a translate to it, which is fine. So we just need to have it as a static collision. No. Okay. Yep, just make it non-renderable, basically. Non-renderable with static collision. Go. Okay, cool. We just need to apply renderable. But that split into that's gonna be the main transformer. So then just move it up. Now we can move it into position. Still gotta find out where the heck that's at. Let's see if we can apply the same translate here. So this might get us in the ballpark. Yep, should get us in the ballpark. If not, right on cue. There we go, look at that. So there's our new collision. And we can delete the other one. Simple. The only thing we got left is this one here, which I don't think is going to be as much of an issue. I'm going to leave that one like it is. We'll leave that one just like it is for now. If it becomes an issue, we can definitely probably edit that one as well. I need to find out where the heck that's at. This little bits right here, it's like a... What the heck? Oh, it's in decal, so why isn't it highlighting? That's interesting. Which one is it? Is it this one? It's this one here. Yeah, so it's this decals grunge. I just take that right out. What else is in that though? More than just that? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so there's some grunge on this here. Oh, okay, that might not be a big deal. We can live without that, so it's just adding some grunge. It's kind of cool, but this use the yep, building shader. No, let's use a build shader. Well, if I wanted to edit that out, yeah, so it's adding it these little grunge bits, decal grunge bits. There's a little bit of grunge here too. So if we want to edit that out, this one is requiring a decal shader. I might try this just for the heck of it to see if this will allow me to edit it, still apply that decal shader. I don't know. It might be okay. Let's go ahead and spit this out. We're already this far. Let's call this as, what is this? Decals Grunge. As an OBJ. And let's see if we can't get that bit out of there. Okay. Done with this. Let's go ahead and load in more. Decals Grunge. Please. We'll need to rescale that. All right. Get out of the way. Desk is getting cluttered. Alright, now we need to zero. Zoom in. Interesting. Okay. So, it's going to be these bits over here. Oh, so there must be some on this side here too. So, where's that material at? That's the other question. That material is in... What's in the map? US textures building decals 01. It's gonna... Building decals. Right there. Okay. All the same directory from what we were dealing with the door jam, so okay. Let's point to that in our material. Let's go to a different sphere. So I'm kind of using this collision mask as kind of a guide here, to kind of give me an idea of what I need to edit. So I think it's just these two bits right here. So these here are actually on. Yep, the ramp here and such. We can confirm in here. Yep, so there's some bits right here in the corner. Right here by the opening. That's all this here. But yeah, the bits that we need to get out of here are basically all of these in here. Okay. What does that name material-wise here? So we got... Might even be able to do this one here, so where we don't need that decal shader. I don't know. Let's see what that... so building decals 01. Yeah. Try it this way for starters. See what happens. Okay, so building. Cool. Now we gotta go point to that texture. Diffuse. Whoa. Am I losing anybody? I know you can gotta get really intense here as first sometimes. Data. Maps. Maps, UX. Kind of starting to get hungry too, so. Finally finish up this these decals here and just that might be good to go. So we need textures. Oh crap! Click on that, dummy. Buildings details 01 diffuse right there. Huh? Yeah, oh, invalid. Oh, so that must be one of those that has, oh, beautiful. Beautiful. So I'm guessing this one's probably not, can't open this. Are you freaking kidding me? Alright. These texture, gonna be the death of me. Got this one right here, so let's do copy that to desktop. Yep, set 39. It's at BC7 baloney. Son of a gun, anyway. Well, now I just gotta figure out a way to be able to get texture applied to this, even though it won't be that particular texture. If I knew what the dimensions of that texture was. Write it in. That one is. It's not even gonna tell me. You dirty rotten thing, you. All I needed to know is the dimensions of it. So if it's following suit, I guess as far as what the majority of the other textures, I'm thinking it's probably 512 wide by 2048. Oh. Crap. Yeah, time flies does fly. Oh wow, it's already for 4 hours. No wonder why I'm getting hungry. Don't even know what I'm having for supper yet. Let's see. Yeah, if I can get this thing figured out with the texture, then I might just call it good. I think we got a lot of bit done. The only thing we haven't figured out as far as how to why we can't cut our alfalfa. The only thing. I feel somewhat accomplished, at least anyway, getting that placeable as far as both in store for the fire department, the fire station, as well as dynamically loaded. Now it's just been getting this in here. You know, we definitely made some progress in here, but it's, this texture here seems to be giving this a little bit of an issue. And that's pretty common, I guess, as far as what's amongst a lot of the textures that they've got. A lot of other textures in the 22 here. It has that certain header for DDS that has the BC7 compression. It's kind of a pain in the butt. Because there's no other programs that I've come to find other than, say, the latest, well, maybe not the latest of Adobe Photoshop. 2014, I know it works with the Intel TextureWorks plugin. I do know that for a fact, but being able to acquire the version of Adobe Photoshop to use that, that's another story. Alright, let's set up the textures. So just in case anybody was wondering. Alright, I'm going to set it up this way. Don't know if this is going to work or not, but we're going to try it. I need to apply a texture to that model, even though it's not going to be the one it needs to have. I will still be able to apply that once we get it into the Giants editor, because the mapping should still be there. So let's also rename this to, what is it called? I know what I can do. Right. Even though I can't open it, I can go this way. Properties. I'm going to name our placeholder texture as the same. And I can only assume that this is the orientation that it's in, as far as size-wise. I have really no idea. Taking a guess at it. but I want to be able to apply the same texture size to it, even though it is a placeholder, so that when I go to apply it, you know, as far as the UV mapping, as far as for that model, once I export it and bring it back into GE, it's not going to screw it up. Okay, so let's do file, save as DDS. Okay, so it's gonna step on. That's fine. We can step on the one that we copied over from the game files. We just want to see if we could open it, which we can't. Bummer. Let's do DTX1. All it's going to serve as a placeholder. And apply it to our material editor here. Okay, now we can point to this one on our desktop. Where's that bad boy? Right there. Go. So even though, like I said, it's not the proper texture, we need to have a texture applied to it, so that way when we export it out, we'll be able to swap that out once we re-import it back to GE. Okay. Let's do just a double poly, and just need to edit out all these bits. There. Leave all the rest of it. Okay. Now, should already be zeroed out. Cool. Let's do hammer. Set X form. Set selected. Good deal. Cool. And now I can get this out of here. We don't need that anymore. And that way when we export out, it's only going to have this and not that other piece. Otherwise it'd be both of them in there. We export it out like that. Alright, so let's go ahead and export this out as EKL Scrunch. Now we can even short up the name. It doesn't matter what we name it. Let's do that. It doesn't have to be the same name, I guess, as far as the original piece there. Sometimes it helps, though, I guess, as far as to name it. What is like this? As far as if you're dealing with a lot of different pieces like we had been, some of them you can't simplify them, though. But let's reload that into our model here. And we did use the same material name as that, so I'm going to try and see if this works. Hopefully. So, do file import. And we need to this folder. Oh, not that folder. Assets. And right here. Okay, so initially it's going to have this one applied to, which is what we don't want to use. So we are going to redirect that to this texture here, which is in. Right, so let's just repoint that. Do that one in the Giants files. I don't even know if that was the right size, to be honest, but we're gonna cross our fingers. Alright, so hold on. That's no. Texture. That'd be this one. Yep, looks like it. Okay. Where's this thing at anyway? There it is. So it looks like it is applying it. That's cool. Oh, we probably just need to get it in position. That's all. Let's see. We bring this into, that was this one, right? Oh, okay. Is that the one? Yeah, so for some reason it doesn't want to highlight. That's what's kind of throwing me off. So when I even though I got it selected here, it doesn't want to highlight. Okay, so we need to put it in here. And so this one is zeroed out. Let's see if we in position. Maybe. If we go like this, actually this one's still on too. Let's turn this original one off and turn this one back on so we can see where it's putting it. Oh, nope, definitely is not. Okay, we gotta adjust it a little bit. This one will actually highlight, which is weird in comparison to that one. So it must be have something to do with that detail shader. You can get a rough idea of where this needs to go. Okay. Interesting, so it just adds those little bit of bits there to it. Very subtle on this one, this part here, that's for sure. Get out. Pretty interesting. I don't even know if I need to put that decal shader on it, to be honest. Just leave it just like that. I'm not 100% sure why they put that on there. Huh. Yeah, we might not. Might just end up leaving it off. So, what's the specular? Decal 01 specular. Okay, so straightforward. Apply all those pieces to it. 01 specular. Okay, and then the normal, we could probably gotta add a tangent. Oh, wait a minute. Do not need rigid body on that. Take the rigid body off. What is the clip distance set to on that? To 90, that's what I thought. Pretty low. Set that to 90. Okay. And then tangent. Decals grunge shape. Okay. No problem. Alright, so let's add the normal. Normal. Ew, normal. No. Alright. I don't think we need that decals shader, I don't think. Try applying it, but I don't think we'll need it. See if it'll let us. Number one. That should be in data shaders, so this will be decal shader. Right? Yeah, I don't even think we need it, but we'll go ahead and apply it, I suppose. I don't see much of a difference on it. We'll do it. Original one had that. Cool, so we got those in there with those bits that we need to take off there. Sweet. Very nice. Yeah. I don't really see much difference in that. See, do we need to just on none? Same. Let's switch it over to the original. Let's do the original one here and see. Pretty much the same to me. No? Hey, stop in my plate. Seems to stop in that same one for some reason. I don't know. Do we see any difference? So here's the original. Almost looks like it blends in a little bit better for some reason. Turn that off. And this is our edited one. Almost seems like that one blends in a little bit better. The original. Let's see here. What else we got on this? Oh, we got alpha blending. Alpha blending. Okay, so let's switch that. There it goes. Now we got it. That's what did it. Cool. Really not 100% sure we needed that shader, but we'll do it. We'll do it, like I said. Pretty cool. Can't even tell the difference now. Very nice. And we got those bits that were out yonder. We can delete this one. Cool. I think this is done. Done everything we needed to do on that one. Probably the only other thing I might adjust is this on here. Might put a Dairyland deal on this one here as far as the signs. That's about it. I think for the most part, did what I wanted to show, I guess, as far as that. Add the bits that are already existing in the previous model. Make it still look professional, right? So what we can do from here is we can, I'm going to take this light out. Let's close this up here. Take the light out of it and we'll extract this as a new model. And we're going to put that right up in here. So what we'll eventually end up doing is loading this in as a static model to the map. It won't be a dynamically loaded deal, I guess, as far as through placeables, XML, or anything like that. It'll just be static item. That'll be serve as one of our sell points, which will be Billy Bob's. So I want to export this out from here as, I'm going to rename this too. Let's do that. We're going to rename this as alrighty then. Cool, let's export it. So I can do one of two things. I can do an export selection as long as I'm on that main transform, or I can also just do a save as, point to where I want to save it. I think I'll do the save as. Do it that way. Here. F assets. And we want to do this as an i3D, of course. Right over this one, I'm just going to add Mew? Mew Mew? Is that like kitty? Is that kitty talk? Mew. There. Cool. Now I'm going to just confirm that it did spit that out. And there it is. There's our new model. Exported out. Ready to go into the map. And it's all reading game files as far as textures, so we don't need to add any textures to our map. Once we load that into our map, It's gonna make it very light, just as far as not needing any textures. Very good, very nice. That's what I like to do. Alright, so we can close that. Alright, we already did our... Yep, we made our fixes to that. Good on that. Cool. That out. I had fun, folks. I don't know if you all did, but I certainly did. Definitely got quite a bit accomplished. Other than the alfalfa crop not being able to cut that yet. That's to be desired, I guess, as far as at some point. Sure, at some point we'll probably figure it out. But as it stands for now, we're not able to cut it. We'll take some of the things into account, I guess, as far as what Brew mentioned, I guess, as far as to potentially just make that grass to see if we can get that to work, and then just kind of go from there. But I do want to make sure, I guess, as far as to make sure that it is labeled as alfalfa in the map. I don't want it to be grass. So that's going to be probably the most critical part. Anywho, I think we lost quite a few people here. It's been 4.5 hours, so I think I'm going to get myself some grub. And hope you have a fantastic rest of your Monday. Working our way into Taco Tuesday. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Yasso, we had Joe, Drew stuck around. We had Deuce came on in, I guess, for a little bit. Pretty cool. Appreciate that. Joe scared the crap out of us with some biddies. Appreciate that, Joe. Feel free to stick around for the host at the end of the stream. I'm just gonna kind of do what I consider to be a soft raid. So stick around on the channel if you want to catch the host at the end of the stream. And we'll probably see you at least for Tuesday, tomorrow. Might be a little bit earlier too, I guess, than usual. We'll see how that works out. For Trucking Tuesday, we'll be doing some trucking on tomorrow for Trucking Tuesday on the channel. Feel free to tune in for that. Always definitely keep in mind for the next 2 Saturdays, for Spline Design Studio Saturday, will not be streaming, because obviously this coming week got festivities up there, and with next week, the week after that being Christmas, so want everybody to be able to enjoy, I guess, their holiday, and I know I will be, as far as that's also. I want you guys to enjoy, I guess, as much the same as I will be. So we don't see, I guess, tomorrow on the next stream for Wednesdays for Breakfast Wednesday or any of those. We'll see you again real soon, hopefully. Bye for now.